farologana. In English, we say protocol observe, I'm told. I once attended an event. There was this gentleman who was came forward and he said he was in the church service. Then he greeted the superintendent, he greeted the minister, he greeted the fellow, he greeted everybody else. After they mentioned everything, they said, all protocol observed. Then our very intelligent people, then they laughed. So I wanted to avoid that, to say that all of you are acknowledged. That's an event, what we call here World Consumerized Day. We will not run the program the way it appears, as appears from the program as it appears before you. There will be several changes on the program. Our Honorable MEC, she will be arriving a bit late. They had an emergency engagement. That is why she will be arriving late, but she will be forming part and parcel of this program due to the course of the day. I need to acknowledge that our Honorable MMC also have got some engagement elsewhere. She indicated to us that he will have to leave by 10 o'clock. So I'll run the program as smooth as possible. But before we all do that, I'll just request Ms. Ramona Moody to do the candlelight for us. And I have requested him that he must be time conscious. Thank you.
Protocol observes. Program director, I know I'm on 5 minutes, but I would like to get something out of the way. Colleagues, our exit is the one you used. Bathrooms are on the exit, left, right. In case of emergency, these doors lead to the outside. So when you leave the main hall, you turn left. There's a assembly point on that side and one on this side. My name is Umpile Monamudi, and I'm here to do the candle lighting, and I would like to highlight a few things. For those who are privy to the news, you would have realized that we have something big coming in the name of LEN, or Lena Capavia. So we'll call it LEN. This is an injection that will be available to arrest the further spread of the disease and the virus. So how it will happen is that you will first get to a stage that will be called the loading stage. The loading stage, you arrive on day 1, you get 2 tablets, and you get 2 jabs under your skin, and then you come for day 2, you'll get another 2 tablets. Now from that moment on, exactly 6 months you'll be going back to get another jab. So it's only valid for 6 months. What does it mean? Does it mean no condom? No, it doesn't mean that, because that will only deal with the HIV virus. It will not deal with STIs and unwanted pregnancy. So if that's the good news, we are not there yet. However, we are in the Dr. KK, by the way. So the studies were conducted here in Bojanala. 7,000 people in the Northwest Province were enrolled on the trials. 3,000 clinics were utilized. So this is nothing new to some of the people, and it will be available starting next month. It is important to note that generics will be available in 2027. So the full scale will be available next year in 2027. However, from next month, if nothing else changes, we should be able to enroll. The most important thing, colleagues, you need to test negative. So there's no way you are going to get the jab if you are afraid to get tested. So maybe we need to get into the habit if we need to be enrolled on this life-changing help. We do acknowledge that with this being available these days, it comes a bit late for some others. And which is why I'm going to ask that those who can stand, stand for me so that we can observe a moment of silence for those who succumbed to the virus, who could not be with us when we experience these changes. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Ramanambudi. I thought that we want to believe that we really got your message well. We test first and then get a jab. I hope I got well. Let me not waste time, colleagues, and then call Councillor Wesley Kang to come and give us Aramokhele Umatlosana, because how permission to be Rones in the young. Kang, we are in your hands.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable MEC of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation and Tourism, Honorable Pizza Lenkopani, delayed, Executive Mayor of the City of Matlosana, Councillor Fikile Mahlope, in absentia, the Head of the Department, Mr. Lebohile Mafokane, a representative from Provincial Government and DDECT, regulatory bodies and industry stakeholders, representatives from financial institutions and motor vehicle dealerships, community members and consumers of the Northwest. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the City of Matlosana, it is indeed a great honor and privilege to welcome you all to Klerksdorp for the Provincial World Consumer Rights Day, Colloquium 2026. We are proud that this important engagement is taking place here in our municipality, as it reflects the collective commitment of government and stakeholders to protect consumers, strengthen accountability in markets, and promote fair economic participation. World Consumer Rights Day serves as a reminder that consumers are the center of economic development. Every transaction made by citizens, whether it is purchasing food, financial services, or motor vehicles, must be guided by fairness, transparency, and accountability. This year's theme focuses specifically on the rights of consumers when purchasing second-hand motor vehicles, particularly the right to receive goods that are in good working conditions and free from defects. This is critical issues affecting many households. For many families, purchasing a vehicle is one of the largest financial commitments they will make. When that vehicle is defective, misrepresented, or sold without proper compliance, the consequences can be financially devastating. Therefore, today's colloquium is not only about awareness. It is about empowering consumers with knowledge. It is about ensuring that consumers understand their legal rights. Businesses operate with integrity and compliance. Regulatory bodies enforces fair market practices, and government continues to protect citizens from exploitation. The City of Matlosana fully supports the initiative that strengthens consumer protection, responsible trade, and ethical business conduct. As a municipality committed to local economic development, we also recognize that a fair and transparent marketplace builds trust, attract investment, and strengthen economic growth within our communities. Today's engagement brings together an important mix of stakeholders, government departments, regulatory authorities, financial institutions, motor vehicle dealerships, consumer advocacy groups, and the community at large. The collaboration is essential in ensuring that consumer rights are not only legislated but are actively protected and implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that today's discussion will lead to greater awareness, stronger partnership, and participate solution that empowers consumers across the Northwest. As the city of Matlosana, we remain committed to working alongside provincial government and also stakeholders to ensure that our residents are informed, protected, and able to participate confidently in the economy. With these few remarks, it is my honor to officially welcome you all to the Provincial World Consumer Rights Colloquium 2026. I wish you a fruitful and impactful engagement. Ke a leboga.
Those wonderful words. We really appreciate your presence and the words words of encouragement that we're able to give us. We are consumers here. We are motor dealership here. We've got a number of public servants here. We've got the financial institution here. Now we are normally caught up in that tripartite arrangement. As businesses, we want to conduct a fair business, free of any types of disagreement, free of disputes. As consumers, we have our own expectation. When you buy a motor vehicle, this is one of the best things that can happen to you. But if you buy something, then you go home and only find that it's not working the way we would have loved, then it creates a problem. And I think we have created a platform for us to be able to manage our affairs. Thanks very much. Colleagues, the HOD is not yet here, who are supposed to give us a purpose and introduce our guests. We will just, we want to then indicate that we have tried to call or invite relevant people who can talk to this topic of right to receive goods that are free from defects and of good quality. It's a topical subject because whatever you buy, whatever you sell, it must comply with the legislation. And then in the event where there's no compliance, it creates a problem to consumers. It creates a problem to business. But as a Consumer Affairs Office, our job and our main priority is to act as a referee to make sure that we balance the interests of consumers and that of the business. Now, we have invited presenters here, colleagues, who will talk to that subject. One of the problems that we have identified is that the most important area is at a time where a consumer identifies a motor vehicle at a dealership. Sometimes we as consumers, we don't really do our due diligence. We don't take our responsibilities. We don't do what we're expected to do. So we have invited colleagues who will be able to share with us as to what you need to do before you put that $1 million signature. Bear in mind that once we have signed, we have concluded a contract which is binding and have got legal implication on you and everybody else. So we have observed that in most of the time, we create a lot of damage at initial stage. And we are having here Mr. Kavi, who will be able to tip us, give us advices as to what you do before you really put a pen on paper. That is a very critical stage where most of the rights you'll observe that have been infringed. That's where the damage takes place, because you would sometimes realize that consumers sign a contract when they have not done what they were expected to do. So we then call Mr. Kavi, Malcolm Kavi, to come and give us some tips based on his observations from View for You. View for You, he will be able to assist us in that critical stage before we enter into a contract. My dear brother, you're welcomed.
I greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus. Ngiyanibingelela nonke egameni lika Jesu. Ngoba sonke singabantu baNkulunkulu. So I am Malcolm KV, founder of View for You, which is a nationwide vehicle and property inspection company. So as a company, we pride ourselves in siding with the consumer 100%. And many of you all know that the second-hand motor vehicle is on a downward spiral. We're getting dealers from all over, from Cape Town all the way to KZN, are all running amok with the people. Abantu babanjwa nje inkunzi. Idlalwa ngabantu nje. So what's happening is that a lot of these dealerships that we faced with is that they take advantage of consumers. And because consumers do not know what to look for. My mother's got a pension money. She wants to buy a car. It's the first car. She goes to a motor vehicle, second-hand dealer here in Klerksdorp. They sell her a lemon. They're heartless. And this is the pain we fight. We are saying that not all dealerships are doing this. But there are many unscrupulous dealerships that are prowling on the naive or prowling on the people that don't have knowledge. Put them in a corner to sign contracts that they don't even understand. I've sat on the board with the NCC at government level. I've sat to the We Buy Cars. I even took my company out of We Buy Cars because of the unscrupulous behavior that's happening. These people preach one thing, say that they're for the consumer, but they are not. All they want is the people's money. So we now equipping the nation throughout at every cost. We don't charge for equipping the nation. So what we are doing, we're going to walk you guys through a few things. I'm sure even Ukona Ola, that has a car there and there is an issue. This car, the dealer's telling him, hey, go to the ombudsman. Ombudsman saying, hey, go this way. You understand? It's like people are not winning. All the dealer wants, and the problem is, I say, we should blame the consumer, but to a certain extent. But a consumer does not have a diagnostic machine. A consumer doesn't have access to gain accident history repair records of a vehicle. A consumer doesn't know who was the previous ownership. Dealerships know these things. So dealerships should actually, when they sell a car, we believe that dealerships should first disclose all accidents. We don't care whether it was a scratch. We don't care whether it was a big bang. All accidents need to be declared and be exposed to the person who's buying the car, because any accident affects the value of the vehicle, number one. Number two, even a diagnostic needs to be done on a vehicle when they sell a car. Why must they do a diagnostic? You cannot look at a car like this and then determine what's wrong with the engine without a diagnostic. So we believe that dealerships need to start issuing clients with a full diagnostic live data report when they sell the vehicle. So one of the things that we're going to just walk you through, as my brother, Mr. Letsogo, says that I should come here today and lay the foundation to say enough is enough with dealerships. I, for one, I can tell you, right here there's a dealership in Klerksdorp called LS Motorsports. They've threatened my life because we exposed what they are up to. They said put a hit on Malcolm, right? Last week again, because we exposed big dealers within the Gauteng, they said put a hit on Malcolm. The guy calls me, he says the same thing we did to DJ Waras, we will do to you if you keep on exposing dealerships. I have put my life on the line. When the Lord called me to help the consumers, I said, Lord, here I am. I will do it at every cost. And why am I saying this here? Sikatele. We are tired because people work so hard to buy that car. And then that dealership prowls on you. And he sells you something, not even a week later, not even a month later. Yet we are protected by the CPA for 6 months. When you take the car back, they said, hey, you never take a warranty. Hambala. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. I'm protected by the CPA for the first 6 months of the vehicle. You sold me a lemon. We don't call him ikorokoro. We call him ulamula. Ngoba yinhle ngaphandle but ngaphakathi mungu. You know, that's what we call them. We call these vehicles lemons. They're beautiful on the outside, but they're sour in the inside. So when my brother, Mr. Litsoko, invited me, I shifted my calendar. I shifted all my meetings and I said, I'm going to the Northwest. I'm going there because enough. This province is riddled with dealerships that are scamming the people. And they threaten us when we come and we expose these things. And we're saying we will stand. We will stand. We're even in talks with government level at the NC saying, let us see how we can work with the government to stop this. So guys, with all that being said, that was just the foundation. So I preach. So I'm here to preach the gospel of the motor vehicle industry. It's a gospel that many people do not want to talk about. It's a gospel that people are being robbed constantly. So, when buying a vehicle, now, I have 5 more minutes. Okay, when buying a vehicle, I want to urge you, before you get excited, never buy a motor vehicle if it does not have a legit full service history. Number one, never buy a vehicle if they do not give you a full diagnostic report. Never buy it. No matter what they say, don't worry, this car, one owner, one lady, hey, don't believe that nonsense. No. We've seen those stories too often. Full service history, get a full diagnostic report, get a previous, listen, I'm telling you all here, even View for You can give you a service history. We can also give you a full diagnostic. We can also give you these things. And when you go request an accident repair history report, take it and read it and see how many accidents the vehicle had. And another thing is, if you can, ask them to show you a picture of the NATSAS paper. What is the NATSAS paper? The RC1 documents. You know, you request the RC1 documents, only now later you realize, hey, I bought a code 3, rebuild. This car's value has dropped. You didn't know. And the dealership did not disclose this to you. Those documents are vitally, vitally important. I'm sitting with a few cases now. These are big entities. Your Wheelies, your GoBird, your WeBuyCars, you name them. Even VW, McCarthy. I'm sitting with these big cases where we found some clone vehicles. We're finding twin cars. Now these people lose out. What happens now? What the police say, let's have a look at this. They take the car away from you. Your money is gone. South Africa, the motor vehicle industry is riddled with scams. I believe the Ombudsman's trying his best. I believe the NCC is doing their best. And salute to the NCC. I must say salute. I saw that case yesterday. You'll have won again Achenberg, a dealership right here in Klerksdorp. I'm grateful. We journeyed also with that person to help them. For far too long, consumers are not getting anywhere. And we believe we are not only doing the groundwork, Brother Letsuko, we are also praying. We are breaking things in the spirit to say those principalities and powers that are interfering in the motor vehicle industry must come down. Because people have chosen to love money more than God. They have chosen to love money more than the lives of people. And we at View for You have made a stand to say enough is enough. So now, buying a car again, do not rush. Do not rush. Never rush. The days of trying to surprise the family ngemoto is finished. Those days of thinking you're going undercover to buy the car and you're going to come and surprise the family, it is finished. You don't do that. You take a friend, you take another set of eyes, you phone your mechanic uncle and panel beater brother. You'll all go there and you'll inspect that car. What you do when you inspect a car, you don't rush. You start from the front. Whenever the paintwork doesn't look the same, you stop. You ask questions. You don't say, if they say, no, don't worry, we just fixed the stone chips. You say to them, please show me the pictures. Show me the pictures that you took before you fixed the stone chip. Don't believe a dealership. My slogan is never trust a dealership. Never. I work with over 60 dealerships throughout the country. My company goes, you'll find us even up in Uppington. We are all over South Africa. And we work with these guys. And they say, but why do you say don't trust? I said, you're human, you are fallible. So we cannot tell people to trust you. Now in closing, how many minutes do I have, brother? 3 more minutes. All right. In closing, we'd like to say, if you do not have anyone to help you, inspect a car, never rush, ask for help. And I hope that this Northwest will be the first place to enforce their dealership to start writing their contracts in our language. Because many of us, we're reading, we don't know what we're signing. And we're signing. Can we have these contracts in our languages that we understand as well? So that's one of the things. So never rush. Take your time. Test drive the car at various intervals from 0 to 120. Not this thing of going around the block and then you saying this car can drive. That's nonsense. You cannot do that. You need to test drive the car for lengthy distances to understand. And when you are done, inspect every single thing. We even inspect the aircon. You know the aircon speed? 1, 2, 3, loud. We inspect even the aircon speed. Inspect every light. This is your investment. This is your money. Do not rush. We want to thank the Northwest government and municipality for having us here. And we are nationwide. If you'll need us to help you all, you'll find us on all social media platforms. We are very busy. And we are dealing with all these unscrupulous dealerships. Are there some good dealerships? Of course there are. Are there some terrible ones? Of course there are. Dealerships can sell accident cars, but they need to start disclosing it to the consumers. Amen.
What a wonderful sermon. I want to believe that you have enjoyed. You've enjoyed a sermon, Rekavi. And indeed, the thing that is raising, that's what we experience as Consumer Affairs Office. Normally, we see people, they sign contract around 4 o'clock. When you are just about to leave, now you're in a hurry, then you sign without even read. So I think we have noted the message very well. I don't want to disturb his message. There will be a video of showing the types of challenges that Mr. Kadi has experienced. Are you okay, Zia? Are you right?
So you look at this vehicle, and this was not a Spaza dealership. A lady sends us to check this car. Look at this car. Unscrupulous dealership. Look at the lights. Look at it. Everything is loose, but they said this car is accident free. So as a lady goes and buys, they're not going to be able to check these things. I think as it goes, it'll just, maybe you can just fast forward a bit. There we go. Look at this light. Okay, that's under. Carry on. There's welding.
Intercooler here.
Check this.
Been damaged. Basically completely loose. Even the radiator. There you can see parts of the chassis just welded back on. And even on the side, right there. Just been welded back. Right there. Yeah. So this is another part of the chassis, completely bent.
Now, how do you expect my mother, who is 60 years old or 50 years old, to go and look at these in a car? And in the dealerships, it's accident free. These are the challenges. If you can skip to the next one, please, bro. I just want to skip to the next one of the lights here.
It's the vehicle on the inside. It looks decent.
Again, another one, accident free. But if you look at all the welding, look at this workmanship.
The car was definitely resprayed.
And it at the back, full rear smash. Poor workmanship. And that's what, these are the things we come across, and
Here you can see the respray.
I think you can just go to the next video. Look at this one. Airbags they tried
The
to,
airbags have definitely been
they
deployed.
had been deployed,
To
and
push
they tried to
back,
put it back, but
fasten
and
the
most of these
insulation
cases
tape.
it's ladies' cars. And they do prowl on the ladies, and that's the truth. We're not gonna even deny that. You can just go to the next video. Look at this one. This is one of the biggest dealerships in South Africa, very well spoken of. It was at Bobby Petkoff's dealership. They removed the OBD, Midmac, and they're not diagnostic, you could not do it, and many other stories with it. You can go to the. There's one with the blue slides. I think, and this is at a high-end dealership, Hyundai. This car was a mess, but I think just for a lack of time, the stories are consistent. It doesn't matter where you're buying the car, whether it's at a known dealership, whether it's at a franchise dealership, make sure you always inspect. Just the last one, recently in Polokwane, we did an inspection on a Jaguar Land Rover 2.1 million rand Jag. And I think it's important that I tell you, this car was being sold brand new. After our inspection, we found out that this car, the mileage had been reversed. At an accident at 1,813, they reversed the mileage and they sold this car brand new on the floor. Mind you, now that the accidents and mileage reverse, listen, mileage reversal is a big thing in our country. They reverse the mileage so the price can increase. And I believe the ombudsman is here today. My brother, my sister, whoever is representing the ombudsman, I know my brother is here, is that mileage reversal should be something that we do not play with. We should make dealers pay the people back their money if we ever find that out. And if they ever find a car that was not declared in the accident and sold in the accidents, they should reimburse the people. It should not be a negotiable. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much. I want to believe that really learned a lot in terms of what you're supposed to do when we receive this type of motor bill. Before you put a pen and paper, make sure that the advice that we got today is well noted. Let me take the opportunity to welcome our HOD, Relebogile Mofokane, just arriving. HOD, our apologies. We had to start our apologies, our big apologies. We're really out of time and then we really have to start, but we'll give you a time at the right time to just say it a word or two to the audience here. Let me, without any waste of time, let me take this opportunity to then call the Captain Elise van Skalkbeek. He will be followed by Sergeant Mahachane, because the second vehicle has a lot of compliance issues. Captain, you can just come and share your experiences and advices. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable MEC, Director, Committee, City of Matlosana, the Motor Industry, National Credit Regulator, National Customer, Klerksdorp Motor Dealer Association, and the Director of Economic Development. Acknowledge of all the guests present today, and thank you for giving me the chance as the Flash Commander in Klerksdorp for second-hand goods to address you today. I just want to make a request that I know that all of you have many questions that I must answer, but I did bring a lot of police members with me today. So after my presentation and after the program, you are welcome to ask us any questions, applications, questions that you're not sure of. We can discuss it. We can also provide you with application forms as well as the compliance concerning second-hand goods. Second-hand goods is an act that is very important in our industry, and I want to say that people don't adhere to the act and they don't see the necessity and the need to register as a second-hand dealer. First, I want to mention that a second-hand dealer, if you are a second-hand dealer, any person who is engaged in a business of buying, selling, or any motor vehicle must have a second-hand license. It also includes a tire dealer, motor vehicle parts. People think that if you are buying a broken vehicle, you can strip the parts from the vehicle and you can just sell the vehicle. Most of the vehicles that have been stolen, You know, they take the VIN code off, they take the vehicle's engine number off, and they start selling parts. You can imagine that a vehicle of thousands of rand is being stripped for parts and then be sold for parts. So that's why you must have a second-hand license. I first want to start to say, how do I get a license and what is the requirements to have a second-hand car and vehicle dealer license? So first of all, you cannot have any criminal offenses against your name. So firstly, you will come to the police station, you will get your application form. It's a SIP 601 where you will complete the form. Then we will take your fingerprints, we will send it away to see if you have any offenses against your name. If any offenses against your name, you cannot have a second hand license or a vehicle license. Thereafter, you must also, when you hire a premises, you must also give us your lease agreement. If the building belongs to you, you must also give us your deed of title that you are allowed to be at that certain premises. I also want to go into this to say that there's no way you can sell vehicles and you don't have a premises. You cannot take one vehicle to the N12 as you are doing right now in Klerksdorp. I park my 8 vehicles there, I put a price on my window, and I'm selling that particular vehicle. It's against the law, and after this, I will give you the fines that we can issue you with. If we did give you 3 fines and you don't adhere, we're going to take your vehicle, we're going to impound your vehicle, and after the court case, after the docket has been opened, your vehicle will then be forfeited to the state and you will lose your vehicle. That is in our mandate and within our powers to do that. And then people are not thinking about rezoning. If you have a premises for a second-hand vehicle dealer, the premises must be rezoned for that particular premises. If you want to sell cars, they cannot say refreshments, they cannot say health institution. It must stipulate that you can have a second-hand dealership or a business relating to selling of your vehicles. Then you will see in Klerksdorp we have 4 or 5 vehicle dealers and they will have a license. All of them must have their own license. If you are situated in Voortrekkerstraat 5, your second premises is in Lee Street 47, all of them are separate licenses. The licenses also can only be issued by the station commander himself at Klerksdorp Police Station. Each police station has a station commander, and with me today I have Sergeant Mate. You can just stand up. He is our second-hand officer at Klerksdorp. He's one of the most friendliest policemen I ever see. If people will call us and tell us, yo, what must we do? We want to apply for a second-hand license. Then he will also tell me, no, Captain, I will go there. Then he climbs into his vehicle, he takes all the necessary forms, he takes the fingerprints, so we are able to go to your site as well to assist you. I know that people are saying that sometimes they're afraid to go to Klerksdorp Police Station due to the crime. We do have a cell phone number and a friendly police officer that can assist you anytime. So there's no excuse for not applying for a second-hand license. Okay, further I want to go on with the application. So I did tell you must have a rezoning certificate, a lease agreement, or you must show us that the property belongs to you. Very important, people. People don't know, but you must comply with a business license. If you are selling vehicles, you must have a business license. So you must be registered at City Matlosana for a business, for business purposes. Thereafter, you need to have a floor plan of your business. If your floor plan is saying that this is my used vehicle, this is my office, this is where I store my parts, it must be exactly as your floor plan. If we do inspect your premises, that must be available, and it's also inside your file. What people doesn't know is when we have a second-hand dealer and it's a registered dealer, we are having a Z20 file. All your information is stated in there. All your personal particulars, the particulars of your business, what you are selling, to who you are selling. You must remember that if you have a second-hand good license for a vehicle, you have a register. That register must be in place. When you are buying any vehicle, it must be from a registered second-hand dealer. So you cannot buy one vehicle at your friend and then tomorrow you want to make 10,000 rand and you sell that vehicle to your friend's brother. As I already mentioned, the reason for that is in the Second Hand Good Act 6 of 2016, it stated clearly that you must remain with the property for 7 days. For 7 days, you're not allowed to sell that vehicle or your tires or your parts that you already registered inside your second-hand good register. What must be in my second-hand register? The name, the particulars, copy of your ID, registration paper of the vehicle, and who you bought it from, and you know what? The price. The price you purchased the vehicle for. During my inspections in Klerksdorp, it was amazing how many profit the second-hand dealers are making in Klerksdorp. Because during my inspections, I can see where did you buy the vehicle, I can see your registration papers, I can see your purchase price, and I can see your selling price. And people are ripped off. I cannot say that. I'm not allowed to say that, but sometimes it amazes me what people can ask and what they bought the vehicle for. Okay, and then we also have a time due when we receive a second-hand license at the station. And Sergeant Mate then will open the file and will get all your required documents that must be inside your file. And this one is a very important one of them all, SARS. You must be SARS compliant. There's a big difference to be SARS compliant, me as a person, but with second-hand goods, your SARS compliance must be the same as your registered business of your second-hand dealer name. So you cannot bring me one that's on your personal name and say that you want to do a business with a second-hand vehicle license with your own SARS document. It doesn't work that way. You must provide us in the company name that you have your business. You must have your SARS compliance. And then also all the bylaws of the municipality must also be adhered to. You also will sign then a regulation 3. What I told you about is your fingerprints. If you want me to go into how you apply on a 601 and you renew your license, I'm just going to shortly say to you that a second-hand vehicle license is valid for 5 years. You must, prior to 90 days, apply for your renewal of your vehicle license. We also are doing compliance inspections. We have a small compliance inspections that we do at second-hand dealers. But I just quickly want to run over to say what we check. I'd already told you that we are checking if your papers is correct in your file. Is it correctly filed? Is your vehicle's number on the window? Is it in accordance with your register? As I said, your purchase price, your selling price, and also all the necessary documents that you must also have. On that document, you need to identify the VIN number, the chassis number and the engine number, the vehicle registration number, the odometer. He already talked about the odometer. In my experience, I saw that, you know this book you get in your car bill, né? What's your car bill? Inside. You have this book. It says it's my book when my vehicle was serviced. It's the most important thing. Before you buy any vehicle or you touch any vehicle, you take that book. That book is your last service. It says 1397. When I do inspection at a second-hand motor vehicle, I will see that the last service is more than, that's the odometer that's standing on the floor of the second-hand dealer. What does it mean? The kilos is reversed, né? And that's very important because some of them will reverse it more than 100 kilometers on what you saw in your booklet, né? So it's important to look at your booklet, when was the last service. But I want to teach you something that I did learn in my experience. What happened to me is we bought a BMW. You know, we all want to drive a BMW. So we bought an X5W and we said, this is a good price, and it was delivered from Durban because it was a good price. So it had a full history of service, and when the vehicle arrived at night, just before we went on holiday, it was 11 o'clock. The vehicle came there on a tow truck. We were so excited. So the new vehicle arrived, and we are driving now this X5, you know, and then they offload the vehicle the next morning because we didn't inspect the vehicle because it was 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. So when the vehicle arrived the next morning, we are very excited. We went to the garage, we go and check our new vehicle, and we saw, the window is cracked. We saw all the crack marks around the vehicle. The defects on the vehicle was terrible. The price we paid for it came from Durban, so we have a problem. We are staying in Clackstone. So immediately, I'm a policewoman, I'm also a woman. You know, women, you don't try us. Men you can try, women you don't. So what I did is, I was very clever. I then went to the local dealer here from BMW. They have the car code, the key of the vehicle. They did put it into a computer, and it showed you every defect of that vehicle, every defect. It shows you it was in an accident. It showed you when was the last service. It showed you everything of the vehicle. And that thing they told you, this was the only owner before you, and this vehicle is in perfect condition. It also showed you that the vehicle was never serviced on time, and that the vehicle was in an accident, and we wrote letters and letters and letters, and they come from Durban, and they took the car back. But that's not the end of the story. So after we reported all the defects, it cost them 80,000 rand to repair our vehicle. So after they paid the 80,000 rand to repair the vehicle, we went on holiday. On holiday, they phoned us to say, are you driving registration number so-and-so? We said, yes, we are driving this vehicle. Say, ma'am, we just want to inform you that this vehicle was stolen, and it is on our record, and we must repossess the BMW X5 from you. So they came and took the vehicle, and we did get our money back, and we never bought a BMW again. But that's what I want to tell you. I'm in the police force and it also happened to me. So if you have any questions afterwards in how to apply and what you need to know on second-hand vehicles, I just quickly want to tell you the fines. I think that's important. Now, to give you just some of the fines. Any person who carries a business with failing to register, 5,000 rand. That means if I come to your premises today or I can find your vehicle not at your premises, I can give you a fine of 5,000 rand. If you give me any false information, 2,500 rand. Remember I told you in our principle we will give you 3 fines. After 3 fines, your 4th one will be a docket, and that will be arrest. So you will go into custody, and then you will apply for bail. Also, failing to register the goods you receive or the vehicle in your vehicle register. If you don't register a vehicle that you receive today, the vehicle is not on the premises for 7 days, I can also issue you with a fine. Failing to have all your documents in your file. All your registration papers of your vehicle must be inside your file. And I also exactly want to know who you are selling the vehicle to. ID number, address, all the particulars must be there. And I must be able to get that person if I want that person. So, people, it's very important, and you cannot just get a second-hand permit or a certificate. There's certain guidelines you must adhere to receive your certificate from the station commander. He also has obligations. He must look at your applications. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope you're all registered as second-hand dealers. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Captain. I think Sergeant Sid Mahachani will just be here now. You know, we are trying to shake the baobab tree. I'm told that the only thing that you get shaken when you shake the baobab tree is your buttocks. That's exactly what we are trying to do.
Let me take this opportunity to greet you all in the name of Almighty Jesus Christ. Amen. I'm Sergeant Mahachani, working for the South Africa Police Service. I don't have much to say because I'm from another unit within SAPS. Captain maybe forgot to tell our consumers that SAPS is one of the government departments. Last week I was at Mafikeng, Captain and Colonel, telling people that the consumers or community don't like SAPS. But there is these things on the social media that says, make a crime. People, consumers, they are saying we are not working, captains. Make a crime and you will see that the police are working. Just make a crime and you will see that we are working. You will see the police are working. Consumers, SAPS got lots of units. Don't see us as a police officers like Captain, she was here, she's from Flash Unit. Me, I'm from Vehicle Crime Investigation Unit. I'm dealing only with the vehicle. I'm just here to give tip-ups only on vehicle crime investigation, only on a vehicle crime. Colleagues, our country is in the siege of a crime, especially on vehicle crime. Our country is in a siege on the vehicle crime. Out of 100% of transport vehicle in the country, 60% of the vehicles they are in the countries that are stolen and hijacked. 60% of them, they are inside the country. 30% of the vehicle that are hijacked and stolen, they are taken out of the country. And you know what that makes? It makes us to pay more on insurances. That is why our petrol is so high. Go to Botswana and compare our prices with the petrol for Botswana. The people who are staying near the borders, they just jump and pour petrol in Botswana. But when you are here in Klerksdorp, you cannot go to Botswana and pour petrol because of you. It will be useless for you to go in Botswana and pour petrol. I'll go bit by bit and giving advice to you. Let me give advice firstly to the dealership. Dealership, here is my advice because of there is this trend that is happening now for the criminals. Criminals now, they went to your shops after hours, and then you are business people, you need money, and they will come with a stolen vehicle or cloned vehicle. After giving the cloned vehicle, and then you are not dealer stocking the vehicle on your shop, and then tomorrow you are selling the vehicle to consumer. After selling that vehicle to the consumer, she or he will visit our vehicle crime investigation unit. And when she or came to our unit, we impound the vehicle. After impound the vehicle, who lose? The consumer. The consumer, after losing, she or he will go back to the dealer. And then when they had a fight there by the dealer, he or she will go to the ombudsman, and it will be fight there. As the police, we are dealing with the criminal cases, not the civil matter. You know what happened with the cloned vehicle? When the criminals came to dealership, like I stated, they come late, they know that you guys need the money. They brought the vehicle, they brought a fraudulent RC1. The RC1 that they stole, they robbed, they duplicate the vehicles. After duplicating the vehicles, they sell the vehicles to you, and then you guys sell to the consumers. But the consumers got the right, because the police, you cannot take the vehicle just for fun. We are taking the vehicles that is cloned. We are taking the vehicles that is stolen. You cannot go to your place and seize the vehicle from you just for fun. We cannot. We cannot go to your place and take your vehicle just for fun. And a consumer, when the police officer took your vehicle, it's your right that the police officer must give you the notice that I, Sergeant Makhakhane, working there and there, I'm the one who took your vehicle. And then they must give you black and white written that they are the one, because of there are criminals outside there. They say, no, I'm a police officer, they took your vehicle. Tomorrow you don't know who took your vehicle. And if you have a complaint with the SAPS, it starts with the commander. After the commander, it goes to the district commander. After the district commander, it goes to the provincial commander. And then you will try and solve your cases. Let me come to this one. When a person consumer, like Makhakhane, want to sell you a vehicle, just ask Makhakhane, let's go to the vehicle crime investigation unit. The vehicle must be inspected with the police officer who has the knowledge of the vehicle. Because of the people like the dealers. Example, 2 years back, I seized a vehicle in Mafike from another lady. She bought a vehicle here in Klerksdorp. I don't want to mention that dealership because I want to protect its name. When I visited that dealership and I asked him, no, he's a white guy. And then he was fighting with me, telling me, no, I deal started with the vehicle on my dealership. The problem is, don't own as subs. I'm not owned by any person. I'm a member of the public. I'm public servant. I don't have people who own me. No, Makhakhane will help you. When you come to the community service center, you will get help. Don't allow people say no. Like the dealership, they've got their friends they are the police officers. They are not going to the vehicle crime investigation unit. Example like the vehicle that I took in Mafike. The guy told me, no, I've been helped by a certain guy in Klerksdorp CSC. But we are having the vehicle crime investigation here in Klerksdorp. We are having vehicle crime investigation here in Klerksdorp. And then you dealers, when you dealers stock the vehicle on your dealership, you must present the vehicle for clearance at police station physically. Don't send the documents because it's where your problem lies. Because of like we have the corrupt police officers, I will clear the vehicle. Tomorrow the vehicle is fine. And then you are selling the vehicles. Our pure consumer is going to buy the vehicles. Now, boom, police took the vehicle. I thank you, Program Director.
Thanks so much. I would want to believe that we are really enjoying this session. This information is what we need, really. And it will be of material importance that we take note of all the information that we are receiving today. It's just wonderful. Let me take this opportunity and call Rebudibe from the motor industry ombuds.
I've shared my slide with your communications team. I'm not sure if they have it on, or else I can still present from my laptop. You know, we are the most equipped ombud. I must brag about being employed by the motor industry ombudsman. Can I have my slide, please? While I'm waiting for my slide to be on, oh, it's on. Dr. Mahahan, a few years ago, I attended a conciliation here in Clarksdorp. The consumer bought a vehicle. She came from Kuruman. And that vehicle did not even reach Rio Hotel. And then he returned the vehicle. He could hear in the background when he called the dealer. Hello, say, home. When the consumer arrived at the gate, he was confronted by a son of a dealer principal with a gun. I was there and they were giving me this testimony live. So I hope that is the thing of the past. It's FAD. Program Director, thank you very much. Please, before I go ahead with my presentation, I would like you to please allow me to share a picture of complaints across the Northwest Province. And I would show you the decay also in Clarksdorp. Now I'm the ombud without favors. Let's go to the fourth slide. 1, 2, again. Thank you very much. Program Director, there is Northwest for you. Colleagues, Bahaichu, Bahiri, these are complaints, 30 grams from the Northwest Province. Redila, Reberegale Northwest Province, Consumer Affairs, and then we also assist the Consumer Court in Northwest. Oh, by the way, let me introduce my technical inspector, Ntate Maranda. May you please stand up. This is a gentleman who stands up for your rights. He inspects vehicles piece by piece and stands for your rights in court. Thank you, sir. Rustenburg, your leader. Clarksdorp, 62 complaints. We currently have 29 open, closed. Koma Tomungwa, Clarksdorp, the complaints are like all the complaints emanate from sales agreements, but they're complaining mostly about engine-related problems, gearbox. They also want to cancel the deal. They don't want to deal with you anymore. Also, they complain that when they bought vehicles, they got wrong advice, and they want their money back. We have been here before. I think I know all the dealerships across Clarksdorp. Before yesterday, I deployed my inspectors to do Porsche room. They spent 3 days in Porsche. They are today, this morning in Clarksdorp. They will leave this town on Saturday. And let me pay homage to Tate Lawrence Kromhout. You've been very helpful in terms of addressing our complaints. So thank you very much. I'm glad to see you today. That is the Clarksdorp Dealer Forum. So the role of the motor industry ombudsman, we are impartial, we are fair, we are independent. And you know, di koloi, di roba malapa. Many families are broken because a head of family has bought this lemon car from a particular dealer. Yes. I have seen it happening. Many families are broken today because a man decides to go and buy a car just to drop his wife off at work and drop off the kids at school, and that vehicle breaks down within 5 days. And the dealer says, no, we did you a favor. We gave you a discount, so you have no rights. And when I was in Kimberley, raising awareness amongst the dealerships in Kimberley, they almost killed me because they said to me, no, I'm killing their businesses. And I told them, discount is a favor. It comes from customer relations point of view. It's not even in the act. It's not even part of the law. It's just a discount. We are very much concerned about this situation. I did not believe that in Hartebees Fontaine, only complaints. My employers here, the Department of Trade and Industry, I always told you that I'm an ombud without borders. We have outstanding complaints. Volmaranstad, Leone, Orkney, Stelfontein, Mahike. I am worried that Northwest consumers are not complaining enough. They're not complaining enough. We were raising awareness, Mabatu, one of the malls. When I met this elderly woman, I ran after her. And she thought I was selling insurances. And I said to her, no, I'm here to raise awareness. I'm from the Motor Industry Ombudsman. Guess what? She bought a vehicle that morning, cash, at one of the dealerships in Lichtenburg. That vehicle did not make it outside Lichtenburg. When she went back to demand her money back, they told her that they have cash flow problems. They can't give her money back. She bought a vehicle at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, the dealership claims that they have cash flow problems. It's a big problem. Northwest is riddled with these dealerships that are not conducting their businesses in line with the Consumer Protection Act. They don't even adhere to the South African Automotive Industry Code of Conduct. We are here to help you so that we can work together with the consumer first and work together with consumers in terms of assisting them to resolve their complaints. The ombudsman is always fair. I met one of the dealerships that actually told me how fair we were in terms of conciliating on a matter. He lost a matter, but he was happy with the way we handled that complaint from start to finish. Please hand me over that document there, Mr. Lezo. I've brought Article 4 of the South African Automotive Industry Code of Conduct. We have distributed it to more than 17,000 dealerships across the country. Yesterday, it was our duty again to distribute it amongst the dealerships in Potch and Klerksdorp. By the way, we started this journey 2 weeks ago. We hit Mahikeng, we did Lichtenburg, we did Vryburg, we did Rustenburg early this week, we did Kenneth Kaunda these remaining days of this week. So I'm going to ask all the dealerships to please come and see me, come and get this copy. Consumer, know your rights. It says here, class, a dealer must make all the reasonable steps, take all the reasonable steps to resolve your complaint within 30 days. Failing which, you can now tell them that I'm going to approach the Motor Industry Ombudsman for a fair and impartial conciliation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you click on this QR code, you log a complaint, you instantly receive your reference number, the name and email address of a person to whom your complaint has been assigned to. There's no more 24-hour waiting period. The dealers, when you receive a letter from the Motor Industry Ombudsman, you have 10 days to respond. Failing to respond to the Motor Industry Ombudsman, we already have case law. We already have case law where a dealership was fined for not responding to the Motor Industry Ombudsman. You may face 10 years imprisonment or 10% penalty of your annual turnover. That is in line with Section 82 of the Consumer Protection Act. So I'm here to distribute this. Please, consumers, know your rights. Don't throw your rights outside the window. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. These are problem groups across Northwest. As you see, engine complaints, wrong advices, consumers canceling the deals, asking for the refund, followed by service-related problems, gearbox, overheating, accident. I came across a notice yesterday at one of the dealerships, and I told the dealer, the positioning of the notice is correct. but it is not in line with the spirit and the purport of the Consumer Protection Act. It is an offense to agree with the consumer to waive away his rights. Bagaetsho, le tlogele go konopa ditshwanelo tsa lona ka matlhabaphefo. Have dealership offer discount, you still have a right. And this right is given by the law. 6 months warranty. Quality service is your right. Next slide, please. I'm galloping like a horse because I will say for now. Your obligations in terms of this book, here, you have a duty to educate. Yesterday we were so disappointed. My colleagues were there, and my colleagues can attest to me. We walked into a dealer and the guy wanted to show us that he's in charge of the dealership. But he knew nothing about the signages and where they must be displayed and how they must be displayed. He knew nothing. It says here, you have a responsibility to educate your frontline staff. You must have an internal complaints handling mechanism or a person that is properly trained. You need to train this person properly. This is your KPA. It's a non-negotiable. It is a regulation to the law, which is called Consumer Protection Act 68 of 2008. It's the Act of Parliament. Ke molao. So, please, we are here to help you to comply. Next slide, please. Okay, this is your responsibility now. This is a thorny issue. I met a gentleman this morning and he asked me, tell me why must we pay the motor industry ombudsman? And here is a reason why we must pay you, sir. We have a duty to compile a list of all the South African automotive industry participants within the borders of the Republic. And just like any other ombud, all the ombud schemes are funded by a particular industry. This money is not going into the ombud's pocket. This money, it is there for continuous enhancements of ADR mechanisms and to meet other requirements of the code. One of the requirements of the code is that I must walk or drive throughout the country and educate consumers. That is where your contributions to the motor industry ombudsman go, right? Consumer Goods and Service Ombud is funded by the likes of Massmart. Banking Ombud or NFO, they have their funders as well. We all have this obligation. Now, Mr. Lawrence Kromhout, if you click on this QR code, yesterday the other guy tried to outsmart me. He said, no, I will do it tonight. I said, no, you just click the QR code and register right now. And this system will automatically send you a letter confirming our visit and that we have identified you. And it will also tell you that you have to be invoiced before the 7th day of next month. No more 24-hour waiting period. We are the best ombud. We are youthful. We are sassy. Okay? We are sassy. We've made consumer education and compliance fashionable. You see. Next slide, please. My dear Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, and my colleague that was here. Second-hand Good Act. We have managed to put Second-hand Good Act and the South African Automotive Industry Code of Conduct and the CPA in one slide so that we can educate consumers about their rights. It is true. Consumers, yesterday we walked into a dealer that have got 4 nameplates. R Motors what, K Motors what. And when a consumer walks in, she buys a vehicle. When a complaint arises, a consumer do not know how to cite the dealer. I bought a vehicle from KR Motors, but there are 3 names there. We don't know which one is which. So please comply with the Second-hand Good Act. I've seen people arrested for failing to adhere to the code. Thank you very much, Bam Pizza. But my presentation since the thing,
Thanks very much, colleagues. We are just, the MEC has just arrived. That's why I have to pause Budibe. Let's just give her the opportunity to arrive. And it's normally our respect as people. When the MEC arrived, we gave him the standing ovation. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable MEC. We have tendered your apology this morning, and we have lost a lot. I would have laughed that we have been here. We have received sermons, we have received advices, we have received everything that even you as a person needed to know. Colleagues, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pause here and now accept that we engage with the presenters. The NCR will come after. Are there any questions? Are there any points of clarity? I'll just see by a show of hands. Bear in mind that, colleagues, that we are affected by this. Be as the motor industry, be as the motor dealerships, be as consumers. We are all affected, and I want to believe that we have really received a wonderful advice from the presenter that came before us. I've noted a hand here. I've got noted a hand. Then the third one. Let's take those 5 for now. Start here. I hope colleagues will be noting all those questions so that can be able to come and respond to the issues that were being raised. But the issue relating to the SAPS, they requested that they've got a lot to respond to. We'll try to minimize or limit the questions that we are taking. They will be here throughout the engagement. They will be able to respond to your personal issues. Let's start here.
Yeah, thank you, Program Director.
With all the due respect.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Buitoko Selekanyani, member of the Mayoral Committee from Akamuti Mulema District Municipality. I just want to check. Basically, it's around the first presenter, but I also think the Ombudsman touched on it. The 6 months period waiver for a consumer. I just want to check, you as a consumer, you're given the 6 months period to lodge your complaint before your contract becomes active or what. Then if you did not report within the 6 months, what then happens to a consumer? Do they forfeit their rights, or they no longer are able to go back and complain to the Ombudsman to get assistance? And beyond the 6 months, what period are they given for them to no longer be able to lodge a complaint with the Ombudsman?
Thanks so much. Noted.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tumaole Mokhotu, representing Old Mutual. My question directed to Motor Industry Ombudsman. It gave me joy when you say that Klerksdorp or the Northwest consumers, their complaints are very low, because us as a banking industry, we also discover that. So my question is, what do you have in pipeline to address the issue? And bear in mind that us as a banking industry, we are also willing to come and assist you. I need you to give us as a consumer in detail the programs of awareness that you are having in pipeline to address the issue of the consumers putting or laying their complaints, because we already discovered the problem that the complaints that are coming from Northwest at a particular moment are very low. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Dumelang bagaetsho. Na ke tswa ko Klerksdorp District Taxi Association ke nna Red Tobolo ke PRO ko teng. Motho ga nka nna selege gotlhe bagaetsho. Ke bua ka re letsogo. No ga se tja tse metlai ke tswa ke mo itsile e se ke mmone ka matlo. Go bophuta tswana re tsa matsapa rona. Ke itseng ke na le bothata. Ke tshotse matsapa ke a Mafikeng ba mpha dinomoro tsa gagwe ra buisana. O nthusitse half. Ke tla bua ka puanyana se jatlhapi. Bontlha bo bongwe bo bosala. Jaanong ke ipotsa gore a ke ka borele tsogo ba tshaba makgowa. Jaanong ke yonela selo sa ka se o morwarra gore go na le dibanka tse dingwe tse re sa kgone go itlha go tsone. Ke ipotsa gore a di rwetse kgotsa jang. Ke a leboga.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Sugularo from Jovet and Retired Teachers. The captain spoke about the difference between the amount that the dealer buys the car with and the amount that they sell it for. Now, I was interested in knowing whether consumers have the right to know how much has the dealer bought the car for before they buy it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mama.
Thank you very much. My name is Sandile Moyake. I'm the district manager for the Oram Institute in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. I had hoped that somebody would speak about food steward. It seems to cover everything. You know, when you buy a car and somebody says it's food steward, you don't know whether you are covered or you are not, or what is not covered in food steward. The second thing I just wanted to ask the local dealerships, do they not have what we call self-regulation? Before we even go to the ombuds or somebody higher up, they themselves look at each other and they say, I just wanted to ask those two questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I took those 5 questions first, and I will be able to let me just allow Rebudibe primarily because most of the questions were raised. He can be able to respond to. Say for the fourth question.
Madume ga fele ka Sepedi. Food Stewards Institute or Oram Institute ne? A ka tsa leina la gagwe o intshwarele. He's my food and steward. Why won't? He's my food and steward. But take your rubbish and go, you don't have rights. What does Consumer Protection Act say when you buy a vehicle as is? Eke se phoso. Ke karolo ya bosome a matlhano le botlhano ya Consumer Protection Act, karolwana ya borataro, section 55 subsection 6. Kana ke bua Setswana sa bo Professor Shole sa le kgorokgoro. Bare, if you approach a dealer and they sell a vehicle as is, and you also want to buy it as is, they must make a list of at least what could be wrong with that vehicle or the condition. And it says you as a consumer must expressly agree that you've been informed of the condition of this vehicle. There must be disclosure. You must expressly agree that you've been informed of the condition of this vehicle. It shows you that there must be a consensus. You know, Botswana, kakakaretso, hona le family ngwe ka maralona ka ya Ford. Ntate mogolo kuku na driver Ford. Maluma ya driver Ford. Rangwana driver Ford. So ke Ford Cortina ke reka ntse le yalo. Mo ngwageng o reka Ford Cortina ngwago. Can you really buy a Ford Cortina ka 2026? So you buy it for stewards. So now the dealer must tell you, we don't have a service history of this vehicle. We don't know what's wrong with this vehicle. And you must expressly write down to say, I've been informed of the condition, so that when a dispute arises, we're going to ask you to give us the condition of sale. And we're also going to ask the dealer to do the same. And if we found that the dealer did disclose, then it is a fair game. They did disclose and we've agreed. So it is there. But Harry busy food stewards. Food stewards, I don't know, when you buy a vehicle, SEs, right? Let's go back to 6 months warranty. 6 months warranty. This vehicle must be in good working order and must be usable and durable for a reasonable period of time. So a reasonable period of time in terms of CPA is 6 months. What happens if a vehicle breaks down within 6 months? You have 3 elections. Not the dealer, you as a consumer. It says it's at the election of a consumer to either ask the dealer to repair the vehicle or replace a defective component or replace the car or refund. Now let's talk about replacing the goods. You know, there are items that are replaceable on a vehicle, let's be honest. A mirror, a gearbox, you can still drop a gearbox and fix it and put it back. So you can still elect to have the gearbox fixed or replaced. It does not only refer to a vehicle. But dirat khetho ya hao o totobetse hore ha ke sa batla koloi or ha ke sa batla go tswela pele ka transaction ka cancela kampo ke batla le lokisa. Is your right 3 hours. So what happens beyond 6 months? They fix the vehicle within 6 months period, and then 3 months down the line, the vehicle breaks down or something else happened. Karolo ya bosoma matlhano le borataro, karolo na boraro, section 56.3. Neither yourself nor the dealer has a discretion. They must either replace the vehicle or refund the money. So hona le 6 months, o ba dumella ka kgetho ya hore aba siamise. If 6 months elapse, but within 3 months something else happens, you are still covered by section 56.3. Hona le tse dingwe ntate wa ka. He re tswa mo Consumer Protection Act, re tsena mo prescription, nka se tsene mo yona thata. O kry gore after a year, ke gone o discover batho ba rile koloi was never involved in an accident. Yaanong ke simolola o bona gore bothata bo o khosa ke gore batho ba ikile ba mo accidenteng ba tlamile ba ilokisa. Now go tsena molao o mongwe. Akere o simolola go itse ka taba e today. It's not mechanical, but it's a body structure or structural repairs that was never disclosed. O tlo tsena molao o mongwe wa prescription. O nka se tsenele mo ona thata, so re a rutana akere. Ke tshepa ke arabile. All mutual awareness. I'm sure ke buile gore re fetsa beke ya bobedi MEC. Ke re go dumedisa MEC. O itse ke itumela thata go le teng ebile ke bua Setswana yanong cause o tlo go mpotsa gore mosimane wa o just ja tlhapi. A ke na dikgomo tsa go duela. Remember your Consumer Protection Forum. All the consumer protectors across the country, all the provincial consumer protection offices across the country, all the regulators, reformulate what we call Consumer Protection Forum. In a little committee, in a little Policy, Research and Strategy Committee, in a little Compliance Committee, the inspectors, in a little Consumer Education. Oh, by the way, is here. There is the convener of the National Consumer Education Committee across the country. It's in Northwest Fair. There she is. There she is. She heads National Consumer Education Committee. She gives direction as to where to go. So we are embarking on awareness countrywide. In the morning. We were go mega city. Here go panela mema mono na na ke insurance. Ke re ke mo go tla raise awareness na ke bereka di complaints tsa dikoloi. Are ke fetsa re ka koloi go Lichtenburg. Ha ya tswa le ka Lichtenburg. e robegile ke busetsa ba re bona ba na le cash flow problem. I'm here standing proudly to say that month we got Mamono's money back. We put money back into her pocket. So mo Matlosana re dira di campaign le ka weekend re bereka le kereke re bereka le di stokvel re bereka le dikolo yo go gontsi ko di stokveleng o tla utlwa metlholo mentsi re o rekile koloi o tsene mo sekoloto a sa bolela mme hey mme ha itse gore mme ba moletse gore ke koloi ya go mmerekong o tshabo disclose re ke tsere tšhelete ya go ba ga ntlo ke rekile koloi ka yona ko stokvel ya ke rano bontate re le so ba re tshaba bolela mare nna bodibe ombudsman ke ba latela go bojalweng ba dintsha yo ba dintsha o tla utlwa botlhoko ko giane ntate mong a re he got a call from this beautiful voice of me. Hello sweetheart, what's your ID number? Aba move. Hey, give one move. Hey, and what's your account number, sweetheart? Aba move. Hey, Batu, that. Within that 10 minutes, Aba lose the phone high beti. Magizur ki matima phone high. How do I start? Over the transaction, 10,000 rand is gone. No, I can't do that. That's why we are going to Stockfield and what we call Ekasi weekend for Bontat. Ka August, when I meet time go Sun City, little did you know that Renale what we call know your car course for women ka August. Reruta bo mega engineer ko lui re ba bolela gore go dira lang ka motlasa engine we raising awareness. So ntate wa ko almost re contact ona le ntate lepile mo o tla go bolela gore re tlaning so that we can collaborate. Ntate Tobolo yo a gona gore dealer ka go bolela gore ke le koloi ko auctioning ka bokae ba mo kgwebong ba ka ba rekile 2 cents mara ba tla ba rekisa le bona gore ba kgone go tsweletsa kgwebo ba bona go pele a gona molao o reng ba tshwentse ba re bolele gore ke rekile ko letsogo ka bokae di prices di determinwa ke market a di determinwe ke anybody. The market determines the price and the value of the vehicle. So what like when o negotiate go le kanang kang go reka sejanaga ra ko patle mabane ke bone koloi e nngwe mo Klexdorp ko dealereng the headlights is not alive mapodisa ba ka mpakela they were affixed with something that looks like chappies or a gum the headlights that is what we saw mo Klexdorp. I know of a dealership also that sells vehicles on bricks. And I don't know what informs consumer behavior.
Thanks so much, Rabodibe. For the sake of time, I don't want to come here and defend myself. You have raised your issue in the presence of the MEC, and I think that you really give me some instructions so that go along I'll make it a point that I know that you will come back to me and ask me what happened to your complaint. I don't want to come here and say I did this, I don't do that. I'll see you here after. But at least the MEC have noted your concern. Thanks very much. Earlier on, we have indicated where the MEC will join us later. If they have joined us with the HOD. So I'll just give them the platform, starting with the HOD, to say a word or two. And then thereafter, the MEC will then make her keynote address, and thereafter we'll then proceed with our program. I said the NCR will come later. And for the dealership, I indicated to you that I'll bring the DTIC here, because I know that we have raised issue of the act, so that they must be able to then note your issue that you are raising. Let me just appreciate also, maybe let's give it to the HOD, to acknowledge the presence of the court members and colleagues. Over to you, HOD. Oh, thanks very much.
Good morning to everyone here. I've been given the responsibility to introduce to you the Honorable MEC who's going to give us a word. She's a former teacher, a principal in her former profession. She's a leader in her own right. She has led in her other life in one NPO that she serves in and she subscribes to. She has led women and led them into the right direction, giving them courage. I introduce to you Honorable MEC Me Bitsa Lenkopane. Please come and address us. Let me see.
Lopandle. I'm just asking myself, gore na re ga ba le bantle yana a ke ba ba rekileng dikoloi kgotsa ba ba di rekisang kgotsa tshepalo sa wele gope. Program director tla ke leboge sebaka se o mphileng sona. Le gore pele ga ke simolola ke kope maitshwarelo a gore e be ke tlile thari. Me thank this opportunity program director, and before I must just put my apologies for being a bit late. We knew that we will be celebrating this day, but there are calls that you cannot give reasons when they are directed because you just have to come running. And that's why this morning I got committed when I was supposed to have set the tone, because it remains our responsibility as government to always give direction and indicate, people think service delivery is only when you provide water, when you provide roads. But this is a department that is too complex and is part of the services that we give. You might have a person who has got water, who has got electricity, who has got everything and a house, but that person has got a problem in terms of the consumer affairs. And that's where government comes in through this department. The program director, the MMC is present. I'm recognizing the MMC from JB Max and the MMC from Ngaka Modiri Molema district municipalities, and those that I might have not seen closer to me. The head of department, Ntate Mofokane, and your executive and senior management, including the management of the state-owned entities present here. Our partners here today, including the South African Police Service, the Motor Industry Ombuds of South Africa, the View for You, National Credit Regulator, the National Financial Ombuds, the National Consumer Tribunal, and the Flagstop Motor Dealers Association. Dumelang bagaetsho. Esteemed delegates and partners, I'm honored that we gather here with the renewed determination to advance the interests of consumers and create a marketplace that is fair, that is transparent and accountable. The World Consumer Rights Day is celebrated annually across the globe by governments and by consumer protection activists, by regulators and civil society and industry in raising awareness on achievements made in advancing consumer rights and promoting consumer confidence, empowerment, and development of a culture of consumer responsibility. That is why today, as the Northwest Province, we have also agreed that we will have to choose Flagstop as a point of celebrating the same global day that is celebrated across the globe. This year, under the theme Consumer Rights, right to receive goods that are free from defects, we reaffirm a fundamental truth. Every consumer deserves equality, safety, dignity, and honesty, whether they are buying the second-hand motor vehicles. I was briefed this morning in Tatele Joho and the head of department that the representation from the Association of Dealership will also be invited. I'm always saying the task that this department is having is to be a mediator and sit between business and the people. Those who are involved in business remains our responsibility that the business must flow so that they have a contribution to the economic growth. But those that are recipients of the service of business must also be in a state of what forms part of why we are celebrating here today. This is not just a legal obligation, it is a moral one. Program Director, the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection, reminds us that just a marketplace requires strong laws, effective enforcement, and accessible redress system. The consumer protection legislation guarantees consumers' rights to fair value, good quality, honest dealing, and most importantly, for today's engagement, the right to receive goods that are free from defects in good working order, suitable for purpose, and usable and durable for a reasonable period of time. I was also briefed as Religion was giving me a brief. I think he has prepared for this activity since last year, October. Last year, October, he gave me a series of activities that he will be involved in starting January up until this day. So I'm confident where I am that we might be celebrating this day in Klerksdorp today. But we've been to places, we've been to areas where consumers can be reached to raise awareness and to make our people aware of this. And across our province, consumers continue to suffer at the hands of these suppliers who are just supplying not in good faith in the motor vehicle industry. A key topic for the day, the second-hand vehicles are too often sold with hidden mechanical failures, falsified historical backgrounds, or undisclosed defects, vehicles that break down softly after purchase and leave the family with crippling repairs bills, ongoing installment, and sometimes affects even relationships. This morning I was in Mujwedin telling them, Hori, today to simplify this topic, we are referring to a lot of, if not all of us. You be rushing to a funeral where you know all the family members will be there in the community and you want to make a show of. Then you get to the corner of Klerksdorp on your way home and you get buy one, get three, and you get into it. And this is what makes us to say as government and through the structures and the course that we have, is part of the services that we render to say to our people, be aware that as you get into those decisions, it goes with these risks, but it's also giving provision in terms of the act to protect your right as a consumer. Pond Director, the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District has emerged as a hotspot for disputes relating to second-hand motor vehicles, where vulnerable consumers find themselves at the receiving end. It is our responsibility to protect these consumers from unfair, unjust, and otherwise improper practices. After sales service was found to be poor non-existent in certain circumstances. The World Consumer Right Day is a turning point for consumer right. Whether the product sold in is a motor vehicle, is a coffin, is a tombstone, is furniture, or an insurance policy, there should be no place for selling substandard goods or any form of exploitation. Unfair business practices impair the dignity of consumers. We might be having a specific focus on motor vehicles today, but all the stated categories and others speaks to whatever that you buy and what you qualify for, and how we can always be of even advice before you take decisions, so that it's better to prevent it than to get into it and start to want to address it. We will intensify targeted sectors in the form of awareness campaigns in the communities, especially in the remote areas. So sure, they will come and start to focus on vulnerable communities and individuals. It is our duty not to intensify awareness amongst consumers, but we will also target businesses to conscientize them on the benefits of complying with consumer legislation. We noted complaints and issues raised primarily by taxi operators regarding repossession of their motor vehicles and the use of unlawful practices against consumers experiencing financial difficulties. I was also very excited to hear that even the taxi associations will be involved into this session, because malasinyana ke bona ba tsamaya ka tse dingwe re le sogse ke Toyota mare na le dinkonyana tse dinyenyane, and I ask myself, is this the real one? They'll be excited to hear that somewhere they come in, they make commitments, they get into it, and then 6 months down the line, the dustbin, and you start to now get into the space of being frustrated, and you cause road accidents, and you get into divorces and all those undesirable habits that develop as a result of this condition. Program Director, the consumers will not be left to fight alone. We are improving accessibility for complaints, whether lodged for a defective motor vehicle or for substandard products and services. The digital access and ease of applications for our people are utmost important. We will attempt to minimize the time frames that taken to resolve consumers' complaints. Whilst we are conscious of the legal process impediments, we assure you that raising your complaints is always better than silence. Speak out and let us know. And I'm happy that they have put you around tables. I hope where you are seated, a person next to you knows your experiences. When you are coming from the section of being a police, a person next to you is telling you about what they did to the clients, and you as a police, I was told about VPOL. What is that? VPOL. So everyone has got a reason at the table where you are. Is either ba monokile or o thusitse ba ba nokilweng or ba nokane. There's something related to that. The department investigated the complaint. Just yesterday, a judgment was handed down in the Consumer Affairs Court. This case was about a consumer who bought a car that turned out to be defective. When the dealership failed to fix the ongoing problems, she turned to the Northwest Consumer Affairs Office for help. The department investigated the complaint, and after mediation, the case was referred to the Provincial Consumer Affairs Court. The court found the car did not meet the quality standard required by the Consumer Protection Act, and ordered the sale agreement cancelled and that the consumer be refunded the purchase price less the amount for usage. This case is a powerful example of the Northwest Consumer Affairs Court in action, holding suppliers accountable, eliminating unethical practices, and ensuring that consumers receive justice when their rights are violated. Program Director, we are strengthening the collaboration with all the stakeholders in the sector and understandingly also with the Khosi and the traditional councils, because they remain trusted community anchors who can help educate consumers, prevent exploitation, and ensure the suppliers do not prey on the vulnerable when all too often hears news of poisoning from contaminated food. This scourge is well documented and requires all of our combined efforts to combat. We cannot let our corner shops sell us food that is not safe for consumption. In the same breath, consumers too have the responsibility to check their goods and expiry dates. If the product is not trusted, do not buy it and turn to the consumer office if you need assistance. The term and condition you sign about getting into any contract, they must be explained in a clear way and in a language that is understandable to consumers. Whether in a vehicle warranty documents, whether in the credit agreements or funeral policies, let us do the right thing. I still reiterate that I'm looking at this table. I hope even this table is able to tell the people around it. I see Rally Joho is starting to take a bottle of water. I would not say anything about the fact that I'm also a victim. And my department is not doing well. I agree with the speaker who says, "Me gona ha selege thata mara o thusa half." You know, I also had a, I thought he would have written here, ke bona ke has a speech mara ha kwala ka nna so. Ke tla isenya ka first there. Because I'm happy that even the HOD is here. I also had a situation where I had the best policies that my husband said is best. I have never read papers. I just signed because I was told it's a very good policy. Really, so when I started working down there, 2000. Today I got to deduct and they decided to stop my policy. I am hopefully retirement now. My retirement annuity was stopped in deduct, and deduct has to take care of me as a consumer. And I appear to be a victim, like I'm not getting assistance. So I hope I will now be elevating my matter today to the National Ombudsman, and they will see how to deal with this matter. This is a clear indication that government takes care of its people. Even in this case, when the door one is locked, there's always an appealing body or the second door that will have to open. And I must applaud the arrangement, that you have indeed done it, that our people must know those who are also in business and are motor dealers are able to know that their business is going with a risk. They are going with a risk because they buy makhasa bona go tswa ko di auction thinking that they will make business. But the law then restricts them not to take chances because our people do have rights as they buy. Remember, in the whole chain, they were buyers and consumers at the level where they were obtaining a product that they are using in their trade. Program Director, the issues affecting consumers, defective goods, misleading contracts, predatory sale tactics are interconnected, and so our response must be unified, must be strong, and must be uncompromising. Through our enhanced roadshows, stronger inspections, collaborations, and efficient consumer affairs court, we are building a Northwest where every consumer is treated with dignity and respect, and where defective goods and dishonest services providers have a sanctuary, and where rights are not theoretical but they are enforceable. Before I get to the closing, I would want to check, I have not seen them. I would want to introduce once more the Court of the Consumer Affairs in the province, so that they just stand and next time I want the board outside the medicine, I take over Basa department. Hello ka kokomo ga ela gore ba lo bone. They have taken oath and they have agreed with government that they are going to be at the forefront of leading this court of ours in the province. And we are really appreciative of the work that they are doing. It is one of the boards, I can see where but was I board, but this one is a very unique, it goes with passion and capacity and the willing to serve. And its members have always reflected that, and that's why we even have lesser cases, besides the fact that it might be also a challenge of raising awareness. But with the issues that have been put before us, they have always demonstrated capacity, and Realo leboga for matsapa a lona, lo tla bolela le ba basong, ke bona ba bangwe ga bayo. In closing, let this World Consumer Rights Day be remembered as a moment we choose not to look away. Let it be the moment we declare that quality is a non-negotiable, the defects will not be tolerated, and that all our people deserve nothing less than fairly, safety, and accountability. We must also demonstrate as the department that all districts of this province are having operating points where we are able to be accessed as the department to render this service. I'm not sure really so whether your team is here so that they can just rise, but importantly is to note that those who are at the service of our people from this department, you know, I don't know. These are they are located at different points of this province. We have an operating point in the Dr. RSM, Kwale, Ko Haruna, Ko Freiberg. You also have in Ngaka Modiri Molema, they operate from the DDECT office. You go here, they are in Klerksdorp, and you go to Bojanala, they are at Land Bank in Rustenburg. So these are men and women who are able to greet you, get your story, and do the whole thing, and then the court then do the whole work. So we appreciate the work that you are doing and the efforts that you have put for the success of this activity. Thank you. As the MEC for this department, I reaffirm DDEC's unwavering commitment to protect every citizen. Justice requires constant vigilance. Today we choose vigilance, and today we choose action. Re a leboga bagaetsho.
Thanks very much, MEC. Nna ke tswa ko segosing bagaetsho. yaanong ka Setswana kgosi ha e buile motlhanka a tlhola a bua yaanong MEC ke ene letona la departmente. We really acknowledge and appreciate the word of encouragement, MEC, and we want to believe that and want to assure you that as the Consumer Affairs Office of the department, we'll try to do our best to ensure that the instructions are being carried out. I try my best. Colleagues, I think what we're gonna do is that we're gonna just take a ledge stretch, but I'm informed that KTY 388 Northwest, with 31st there, I want to believe maybe the owner of that car wanted to be stolen so that you can go and claim from the insurance. You can't just leave your car with your windows opened. The other one is Nissan NP200. When I'm talking, the lights are on. Please, as we go out there, let's make sure that we are prepared for that. Colleagues, I think it's 22:12. Time is not on our side. Let's just take 10 minutes. By 10 to 12, let's come back and resume the session. Thanks very much. Phindile ntuli. Mbida phindile mo.
reject your credit application. Let's not allow the consultants to manipulate us. Whether you went in on Human Rights Day or a Black Friday, you will qualify for that vehicle finance irrespective of whether you were beautiful or you were the MEC. Apologies. So you qualify for a vehicle finance, for a credit agreement, whatever you've applied for, because of your income, your monthly expenses, and what? Your other debt. What is left? Your disposable income. Not that you are my cousin. So it is important that you understand how it comes about that you qualify, and how come at the end I ended up going to the NCR to complain for what we call reckless lending. So let's take a no again. We know POPIA is here, Protection of Personal Information Act. We're still waiting for the register now. That one says you have opt out unless you said yes. We have the information regulator that will have to take a complaint from you. So if you get phone calls, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you know that you did not give the right or consent to be called, say, I don't know who you're talking to, or rather, I didn't give you the consent. I will complain. Take me off your list. Are we going to do that? Thank you. Then we talk about this one. The right to assist when over indebted. I was given a brief of what we call a repossession. They will repossess your car if you're not paying. We have what we call debt review or debt counseling as a debt relief measure. Now, if you have applied for debt review, after they've already sent you a letter called Section 129 notice in relation to your quantum, the car is not protected. I hope that can sink in. Meaning, I've got 2 months of ignoring the 087 numbers, right? I did not answer SMSs and all the phone calls. Now, they've sent me a letter that says demand letter, we're here to inform you are behind in areas, what, all of that English. And then you ignore the call. 2 weeks later, you decide to approach APC Debt Counseling to apply for debt review / debt counseling. When you apply for that, the fact that there was legal action taking place already on the quantum means the car will no longer be protected. Again, it falls outside. So goes the house as well. So it is important that you don't ignore that, because if you took the pre-agreement statement, there is a clause somewhere that talks to that once you feel that you are over or rather financially strained, come to the office and let's talk numbers. Now that will say, this is what we can do. They'll either say, we are going to look at your budget. They'll either say, they'll restructure the agreement. How will they restructure? 2 ways. Either they take the areas and spread them across the remaining months, or rather they restructure and increase the terms itself. Meaning my car was for 40 months maybe, I'm going to pay it for another 60 months, correct? Those are some of the options that can come, but you will never know about them if you ignore the 087 numbers. So let's not. So the last one, the right to access and challenge credit information. It is important that dealers make it a habit to reshuffle or refresh your systems whenever you do these credit checks. Even change your, I cannot call it policies, or how you operate. If you say, I have a pay-as-you-go account with a bureau, that I only get 1 new report per week, if you know that there are people who are also coming in to take your money, which is your business, make it every 3 days. It's a good financial decision, because then you're not going to be robbed. The credit report will tell you whether there has been any new additions to that consumer's credit profile. The credit report, colleagues, or rather, ladies and gentlemen, is very important. It's more like your child that you must take care of. If you can take care of that report, you will not suffer either in business or even in personal. Some of us are now victims of GBV. We are now divorcing, all because of finances. And had we perhaps looked into that particular report together, we might have at least passed that stage. Are we good there? Consumers in South Africa at the moment, the NCR, one of the responsibilities is to provide a report that talks to how many consumers do we have in South Africa that are credit active. We have a new one which is coming to be online, but the last one, which was in June, it said we had about 29 million and 24 consumers that are credit active. Now, if we look at these numbers, I'm not happy. The one that I'm crying about is the fourth one. Consumers in the red, it says it's about 10 million and 54. These are in the red. What is in the red? You've got a judgment. You've either been handed over, or you have a written off account, or there has been a repossession, or you are sequestrated, or you are under administration. Do you understand? Or you are in arrears. That is the number. And this number is very small because if we find ways of getting information of those who are now using Bomashonisa, that number might even triple. So let's try to change it. It says out of 60, how many, what is this Stats SA in terms of population of South Africa? 65 million or 60 million? Let's say 40 million are credit active consumers. Now only 1,449,000, the last time we did the report, are accessing their report. Meaning some of us here may have never seen what a credit report is. Meaning you don't know if you own a Ferrari, you don't know if you have a nice house at Camps Bay, you don't know if you are married to somebody or Hassan somewhere, and here you are today listening to the presentation, and I hope that you'll get your reports. So you can find out what is being reported on your credit reports. It is understandable with insurance, especially with your cars, that will always be 60 months behind, right? But you will never be behind in terms of your payments. Can I pass? Are we understanding? Okay. It says South Africans are owing about 2.44 trillion, which is still I think it has increased right now. Maybe about 2.5 trillion. This is the debt book of South Africans by June last year. So which means it has increased. What we have seen, the trend is that more people are buying cars. More people are going on to short-term credits. These are loans from 1,000 rand to 8,000 rand, 15 there. And then there is a drop in terms of your retail accounts. What I will say about this is we need to understand what is a need, what is a want. What is a good debt and what is a bad debt? Why are you wanting this car? Why do you think you must go and get your Peruvian hair on credit? Or that nice Levi jean? What will it do to you? Is it an asset or is it a liability? Now, when you come to the NCR, before I forget, you want to log a complaint. We can only lodge your complaint upon the receipt of what we call a Form 29. So if there isn't a form, it's taken as an inquiry. But the NCR is available to take calls and then try to advise you as far as possible and direct you to relevant agencies if it's not our mandate. So a form has to be filled in. Within about 3 weeks, we will definitely tell you that this has been lodged, there's an officer signed, this is how far. And it is important that you always keep your phone next to you unless circumstances do not warrant that, so that we can communicate with you and ask for further information that can be assisted. Are we good? There's a saying that do not accustom your children to a lifestyle that they cannot maintain when you are gone. Let us not try and get into credit for the sake of it. Yes, motoke skoloto, but we all have responsibilities. One needs to be responsible in how they conduct their credit activities. And then one is to ensure that they always try to save. That 5 rand might seem little, but it might be something tomorrow. So let's not ignore our creditors before they come to repossess. How do they repossess? Now, it is important to note that within about 3 months period, usually they'll come in to do that. But they will send you a Section 129 notice to say, you are behind. Can you please come to us and let's talk? And they give you 10 days to do that. Please answer those phone calls. Answer those letters. It's just a wedding invitation. It's not to say they're going to arrest you. If you answer the invitation, they're not going to list you. The other one talks to borrowing. Can we please not lie on our credit application? Dealers, I don't know way. We must try to find a way. When a person says, I only buy grocery of 2,000 rand and cooking oil is 199, and maize meal is like 70 rand for like 2.5. Let it make sense. Do not chase the money, because that money might go away if they come to NCR, if you allow it. We understand there can be some who collude with the consumers to say, don't write that maintenance or that entertainment, so that they can afford, or rather it can be seen that they afford the car. But at the end, they might just find themselves out of that credit agreement. So please, let's try our best. Ne? Save and save. Section, this one, surrender of goods. It's one of the things that have been given. It is your right to take the goods back as long as they're in good condition and the timeline still allows. And if they sold the car for 500,000 and you only owed them 300, the shortfall should be yours, should be a refund. If they don't do that, NCR is there. But it needs to be written, correct? Now please note, understand what is an auction. What are the costs of an auction when you surrender the goods or you surrender the car? There are storage fees and all of that. And there is a, what is the right word, Mr. Kavi? The price that is there in the book for the car. And there will be that one that they will sell at the auction. And I'm not going to lie to you. Majority of the time, there will be a shortfall on an auction car, and it's your baby to nurse. So try to negotiate before they even goes there. Don't ignore the 087 numbers again. This one. We have what we call a cooling off period. I bought a nice, sorry to use the name, a nice Havel or a Jito. I go home with it and my partner says, Ugom, we said we are building at Limpopo. And then I need to take it back. I will take it back. It is my right to do so within the 5-day cooling period. It is your right. You can do that. But it is important to note that the dealer has the right to do what? To deduct. There are conditions to that. They can deduct what? Let's say the car they gave you at a full tank. Now they must deduct, right? How much did you use the car, the mileage? All of that they have to. There must be reasonable cost in terms of any services that they may have rendered. Any cost in terms of the goods being returned and any other services. So when you return the car, it doesn't mean you're going to get back your 500,000. You're going to get it at less. I get it. Same as buying a car that you know you are sure you're not going to return. The minute it leaves that glass door, it's no longer 500,000. 20,000 is gone perhaps. So understand that when you take it back, you're not going to get the full amount, but then there has to be other things that has to be considered. But it is your right to take back the car. But it needs to be written, of course. Without going too far, once the car is delivered and it's sold, you are entitled to a refund if there is. If not, you are responsible for the shortfall. If you take back the car after the cooling period, and perhaps even the deal was signed within the dealer's premises, this is no longer now terminating. We are now calling it surrender of goods. I get it. After the effect, after your 5 day that has passed, it's no longer termination, it is surrender of goods. Meaning, Section 127 now is going to come in, you do a written notice, they come or you take the car, they evaluate it, they say we can only sell it at 20,000, whatever shortfall, it's your baby to nurse. I hope I said a lot without getting people into trouble. The National Credit Regulator is available for assistance. We are here up until 1:30, and we will be able to answer questions. What I will want to talk about, colleagues, is debt review and debt counseling as I close. Debt review it's not a bad process. It's the same as a jean. Me and you can go to the same store, but we won't wear the same size. I get it. But we can see the same jean that we like, but we won't wear the same size. Debt review is not a one-size-fits-all, and it's not for everybody. Unless you have something to protect, there is no need for you to be jumping into debt review. Your first option should be realigning your lifestyle changing, buying from somewhere and buying from somewhere, looking at the catalogs, right? I go and buy grocery with my child that I can trust will help me with the plastics. I don't go with the yellow family so that we can go and buy pizza and toys. And then we are outside the budget. Checking your financial products, having too many. This is a South African illness. We must put it emergency, what do they call it? State of disaster. We've had like 3 funeral policies, 3 life covers, 4 stock fails, and then there are social clubs. A person rather be hungry or go home hungry as long as they pay their social club. And on the 2nd of January the next year, they forgot they got 100,000 rand. Let us change that. Please, NFO, you're going to come. I hope they can touch insurable limit. Underwriter, insurable interest. Understand, those policies, those 3 life covers and whatever, they are not an investment. Don't become a Rosemary in Ndlovu assembly. With that, let's ask ourselves, where am I today? Where do I want to be tomorrow? And the only way to get there is to go out of competition and social media. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Pupu. You know, my team from the Consumer Affairs Office, what they have done today is just a wonderful thing. They brought all the people from Pretoria to the Northwest, just to make sure that you get the relevant information. I think we must move that, they must move their offices from Pretoria, Gauteng. We've got spaces in Northwest. We need their services. They must be near us. Thanks very much. And I love this NCR. They say no is also good English. You love to say yes. What do you want for yes? You want this? Yes. They say no is also good English. I'm not going to waste any more time. They've got the NFO here. Is it NFO that comes here? I think it's NFO. Rwanda will be coming here. They'll also be talking to most critical things that affect our lives. And I think that even if we may spend an hour later than we thought, it is worth it. I want to believe that. I really want to believe that we are enjoying what we hear. The floor is yours, my brother. Let not talk how day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I must say there's nothing more scarier than standing in front of how many? Few hundred or less than 100. But program director, regulators, members of the industry, colleagues, ombuds, let me greet you today on behalf of the National Financial Ombud Scheme. My name is Gwanda Vabaza, and I basically am the manager of the adjudications team for the banking and credit division of the NFO. Now, Pupu said a lot, and some of the things were not things that I actually had planned to come and talk to you guys about. But I think as I continue my talk, I think then, yes, I will hopefully address some of the things that you mentioned. So who is the NFO? So again, important to note is that I am speaking on the perspective of the NFO with regard to the issues that have been raised. I mean, our mandate was clear, talk about the role of the financier when it comes to vehicle transactions and the insurance. That is my mandate, right? If you have questions, any other questions, hopefully I can deal with those. But I will try and be quick. And I know my presentation is very long, so I will just speak on the presentation. But guys, if you want the presentation, it is available. It can be shared with anyone who wants it. So what do? Our mandate is simple. Ours is to facilitate the resolution or mediation of complaints between financial institutions and consumers of those financial products and services offered by those financial institutions. What do I mean by that? So if, as a consumer, you have a complaint against a bank, an insurance company, whether it's a life or a non-life issue, non-bank credit. Non-bank credit would be, for instance, I mean, I saw there's someone from the Taxi Association, and wink, wink, SA Taxi is our member. So those issues can be brought to us, and we deal with those complaints for free of charge. So, I mean, we have dealt with a lot of issues when it comes to defects relating to taxes and all that. Those complaints, I mean, especially relating to, again, credit, the credit agreement. So those come to us, and we do deal with those complaints. We're basically established in terms of the FSRA Act, which is the Financial Sector Regulations Act, to deal with any financial products and services disputes. So against our members, like I said, all the banks, all the insurers, all the some of the non-bank credit providers like your BMWs, your Toyota Finance, and all of those basically fall within our jurisdiction. Now, with regard to the topic today, defect, I think most of us here will understand that as much as, yes, a consumer, when they go to the dealership and they sit there and they identify the vehicle that they want, and eventually they sign a finance agreement, most of them, they believe that there's just one transaction in all the transactions that went through with the dealership. But unfortunately, or fortunately, in most instances there, unless if the consumer, I don't know, took a personal loan to buy that vehicle, but most of the instances that we've seen is that that vehicle is then financed by, for instance, financial institution like a bank or your Toyota Finance or your SA Tax and all that. They finance that vehicle. And in that instance, not one relationship legally is created. There's about 3 relationships, right? So there's that sale agreement with the dealership normally, and then there would be the finance agreement concluded with whichever financial institution that you chose to finance that agreement. And then thirdly, there would be obviously the insurance that you take out. Comprehensive cover, again, that insurance covers only, for instance, the loss of the vehicle, its theft, or its complete destruction. It does not cover latent defects. Important to note. Unless if it's a new car and it's still under warranty, then obviously there will be a warranty covering those things. But again, in the second-hand industry, most of the vehicles, they're already out of warranty, and banks, when you go and get that finance, they want that vehicle. It's mandatory that it is insured for loss and destruction. Now, all of us here, I think, and I hope, will also understand that the risks, the legal framework, the ADR or the alternative dispute pathway that has to be followed in the event of a dispute, for instance, relating to a defect of the car, will always differ from the legal framework or the ADR process that would need to be followed if one wants to complain against the financier, or one wants to complain against the insurer, because those are 2 different things, and 2 different ombuds, or 3 different ombuds. In this instance, actually, will be 2 different ombuds will deal with that complaint. Vehicle defects, if the issue is purely on a vehicle defect, that complaint will go to MIOSA. They deal with vehicle defects, and again, they will deal with that defect if, again, Lucius will correct me, if it is still within the 6 months period, right? You will deal with that complaint. But if the issue is with regard to the credit agreement itself, you want to cancel the credit agreement for whatever reason, they will come to the NFO, right? Same as with the insurance. If you want to complain about the insurance for whatever reason, it will come to us as the NFO. Trickiness or issues come in when now the 3 spheres, they intersect for some reason. One wants to complain, the consumer is complaining about a defect, and because they complain about a defect in a vehicle that is financed by a bank or a financial institution, wants to now stop making the payments, which is what we normally see. So people, because of a defect, and they've, again, in a lot of the cases that we've seen, people have gone to the dealerships to try and resolve the issue directly with the dealerships. Unfortunately, the dealerships, for some reason, decide not to do anything. And in some of the instances, cases that we dealt with previously, I mean, we've had instances where consumers would leave the car with the dealership, just drop it off there, because they want that vehicle fixed, or they want to cancel, like Lucius was saying, want to cancel their agreement and pay the CPA, but the dealership simply refuses. Now, consumer, it's not that they do not want to continue making payments per the credit agreement. They simply stop making payments because whatever thing that is being financed no longer works. Now, all of us understand that sellers guarantee, I mean, they warrant in terms of not only the CPA, but also the common law. They warrant the usage and enjoyment of whatever thing that you consumer is buying. You obviously buy that item, the car, knowing that I'm going to use this car to travel from point A to point B and back to point A. Seller warrants that. And what we've seen, and again, I mean, there is a recent judgment, the Van Niekerk judgment, I think you're going to be talking about. Yes. What is funny is that even before this judgment, we, as the NFO, and back in the day as the banking ombudsman, we used to say that financiers can never distance themselves, especially when the agreement is clear. In a lot of the cases that we previously dealt with as the NFO, the agreement was very clear. It says we as the bank are selling this product to you, and we are also providing you with the finance. It was very clear. The bank wore two hats in that instance. They were both the sellers and they were both the financiers. And when issues came, the banks always said, no, but we're not the suppliers. But you study the agreements. I mean, it's not just one agreement. Remember, you need to be in the business of selling the cars for you to be considered a supplier per the CPA. Now, you look at the agreement, it's clearly evident that they actually are in the business of buying and selling cars. The agreements were very, very clear. And our approach was always, I mean, there was the both MFC judgment. We were always, as the banking ombudsman, against that decision, again, based on what the agreements were saying. So, Van Niekerk, I don't want to touch on that since someone is going to come and talk about that. But the overlap is what I think creates a lot of issues where there is a defect. It is a car that is financed by the bank or the financial institution, and someone now decides to stop making payments. And the question now is then, in those instances, or in whatever instance, when there is such an agreement being created, what is the role of the financier in those instances? And again, the role of the financiers is governed by the NCA. Pupu, I think, has touched on the NCA. And the NCA establishes a whole lot of obligations that the financial institutions or credit providers have to comply with when obviously granting credit to consumers. Now, it is not the role of a financier to, they're not manufacturers of the vehicles. They do not do services or repairs if there are issues with the car. Their only obligation per the NCA is to, when you go and apply for the credit as a consumer, they must do an affordability assessment and provide you with all those documents that Pupu was talking about, the pre-agreement and quotation statement. They need to provide you with all that information so that you, as a consumer, understand exactly what you're getting yourself into. The installment, the total cost of credit, which is the total amount that you will end up paying if you do not default. And again, in all the agreements that I've seen, the credit agreements, especially where those vehicle finance agreements are financed, there is always a mandatory requirement to have insurance. That insurance, like I mentioned before, it is not for latent defects. It is then on you as a consumer. Should you then want, and again, I'm sure some of you guys have bought second-hand cars, and there are apparently second-hand dealers here. I do know for a fact that warranties are always offered, and we all here are constantly getting calls as to an extended warranty on vehicles and all that. Now, as a consumer, you can either take that warranty or you can refuse it, but it is your choice as a consumer. But what is not your choice as a consumer is stopping making the payments towards the financiers. There is no such a right. You cannot do that. Again, Pupu mentioned Section 129 letters, summons, and the legal enforcement that financial institutions can take, they will definitely take enforcement measures should you stop making the payments. Now, I mentioned earlier that as the NFO, we will deal with the complaints where someone says, I want to cancel the credit agreement, right, because of a defect. Now, that complaint is not directed at the dealership. It is directed at the bank or the financier. Now, we will look at, and there's a whole lot of debates and discussions, I know, within the industry, and we are engaging MIOSA, the NCC, as to how we will proceed going forward in dealing with issues where there is a financier, which is our participant as the NFO, and the complaint is against the dealership. Because my understanding is that the banks, for instance, they're not members of MIOSA. Therefore, you cannot force them or make recommendations to them to cancel. But I do know for a fact that the financial institutions that, for instance, the banks, they definitely are willing to engage MIOSA. They are willing to engage us. They are willing to engage the NCC to try and resolve these issues. And so when consumers then come to us as the NFO, in dealing with those complaints, we not only look at the contract. Again, the contract may be one-sided. It will say that you as a consumer are entitled to make payments up until the whole outstanding balance is settled. It's clear. All the contracts will say that. They do not, nowhere in the contract will it say that you can then stop making payments in the event that there is a defect or there is a dispute with either the bank or the dealership. They never say that. But again, as the NFO and as an ombud, we not only have the mandate to apply the law, we also have the mandate to apply fairness and equity in all the situations that we deal with. So previously, I mean, we have made recommendations to financial institutions, the banks, to say, clearly there is a dispute here. Yes, legally, you are entitled to take legal action. But again, the contract is clear. And again, this normally applies where someone says they've gone to the dealership to try and cancel the contract, but also now stop making the payments. And legal enforcement takes place. And then they come to us to try and stop the legal enforcement. We need to obviously study not only the contract, we need to study the whole situation to see if is legal enforcement justified in the scenario provided, or should the banks be engaging? But at the end of the day, the banks, they have influence. They have the power to engage dealerships, to say, dealership, there is this issue. How can you assist? Even if you neglect it as a consumer, but I can guarantee you this, should you involve your bank to say, bank, I am trying to resolve this, but they're refusing, and the bank does nothing, you can come to us. But in the situations that we've seen, the banks do step in, or they do try to step in, especially when someone threatens to cancel the credit agreement. They will engage the dealerships to try and resolve that issue with the dealerships and with you as a consumer. And again, I think the example that I was trying to make is that we definitely have stepped in as the Ombudsman for Banking Services and now as the NFO in instances where banks or financial institutions wanted to take legal action to enforce the credit agreement where there was a genuine bona fide issue that the consumer had raised. There was a defect, the car is not working, but they still expected to make payments. Now, our recommendations have always been, bank, you can either suspend the collection of the installments up until that vehicle is fixed and the consumer is able to operate that vehicle. I mean, the SA taxi guys, operators here, we've dealt with complaints where someone went and got a taxi that was financed by you-know-who, and then there was an issue with the taxi. And then they still expected to pay installments, but the car is not working. They're not able to generate the income. It's sitting with them. Unfortunately, in these cases, the car sits with the financial service provider, that same, yeah, I don't want to mention the name, but it sits with them there. They're saying they're fixing the car. But in fixing the car, they're delaying, but still expecting the consumer to make the payments. That is unreasonable. It is unfair. There, our recommendation has always been you suspend the collection of the installments up until that vehicle is obviously fixed, then the person is able to work. Then when they're able to work, then for me, the continuation of the credit agreement, then obviously there would be that expectation. But before then, it's definitely unfair to be expecting people to be making payments for a vehicle that is not working. So that has always been our approach as the NFO. And when, again, I'm not saying that we are the experts when it comes to detecting materiality of defects when it comes to vehicles. No, we're not experts. Ours is to just look at the agreement. What does the agreement say? It says 1, 2, 3. What is the issue? But what does fairness demand in such a situation? That is how we, as the NFO, adjudicate on these matters. Now, I've already touched on the insurance, and people spoke about credit life insurance and all that. Now, again, credit life insurance will not cover defects. Credit life insurance covers, for instance, if someone loses their job or passes on and all that, and then obviously depending on what the agreement says, they'll either pay for 6 months or 12 months, and then on death, obviously settle the outstanding balance if there is no dispute. If there is a dispute, again, important to note, those disputes about credit life insurance will come to us as the NFO. And Pupu, I'm not sure if you are aware, there is an MOU between the National Financial Ombud Scheme and the NCR that if there is a dispute, any dispute against our member as the NFO has to come to us to deal with that dispute, unless if it has to do with debt counseling. All those matters then can go to the NCR, not our office. I'm just making it clear that there is such an MOU. We are again working on an MOU with the NCCs, and we are again having discussions with MIOSA on how to deal with with vehicle defects, and where those defects relate to a financial credit agreement that is held by our participant. I see the program director is already ready to stop me. I just want to say there are definitely clear issues when it comes to finances and vehicle defects and second-hand vehicles. And I think from an NFO's perspective, this is not an issue that can be dealt with by the NFO alone or by MIOSA alone or by the NCC. I definitely do believe that there has to be collaboration between us, ombuds, the regulators, the NCC, the NCTs, everyone, or even, funny enough, you as the second-hand vehicle dealerships. There definitely needs to be some sort of a referral protocol that exists, and that clearly defines as to how these issues will be resolved. Because as long as, again, these issues continue and consumers believe that the ombuds are useless, the second-hand vehicle dealers, they crooks. I think Malcolm touched on that very well. Then it definitely has a serious impact on the confidence that the consumers out there have on the industry as a whole and on us as the ombuds. So again, as the NFO, if there is a way to collaborate, we definitely are willing to listen and to have any MOUs drafted and agreed to as to how we will be dealing with these cases going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Wadaza. You know, you've got capable people. I don't know what we have heard. Dr. Professor Limumba just talks without looking at his script, and just says just things that are sensible. I've listened to this guy, was just talking, nothing appearing, reading from his script, but we are just talking sense. We really have got talent in South Africa. This is one of our members from the Consumer Protection Forum. Thanks very much. Let me just now call Mr. Provincial Modley from the National Consumer Tribunal. He will just share with us how the courts have interpreted the various legislation based on the court case that they have dealt with from the NCT and those that were dealt with the High Court. My brother.
I'm terrified now because I want to read from a script. I also lost the slide, my first slide today, to Miosa. Thank you, Miosa. So I will get to why I've missed the first slide, but I think I want to start off then by saying that we are the best consumer tribunal with national jurisdiction in South Africa. No one can dispute that, right? We are the only one. Okay, so I told you I lost my first slide, and I'll show you why I lost my first slide. So Miosa, Lucius came in and said, they are sassy. Where's my screen? Sorry. You should have told me that you couldn't see my screen. Yeah, there we go. So Lucius came in and said that they are sassy. That is our key word. Being sassy is what the NCT is about. We want to say we, as much as Miosa owns the word the best, I'd like to say we own the word sassy. But this is what we're about, right? So we say we sassy, we say we improve and touch lives of South Africans, we say we work with passion, we work with purpose, we say we're accessible 24/7. You know, we say we're at the cutting edge of technology. Just randomly speaking, my cell phone number tends to be on our website quite often, so you know, very easy to get a hold of us at the tribunal. Technology, really, because of a lot of the stuff that we've done from a systems perspective, and especially in the debt review space as well. And the improving and the touching of the lives, I'll get to that in terms of how it is quite circular. I've understood to be quite circular today. And passion and purpose is really what our staff give. But I also wanted to boast about the tribunal. I hope that's okay. I would like to take the platform to do that as well. But before to go there, you'll see I'm quite colloquial in a lot of the things that we do. So didn't label the slide our mandate. I labeled the slide the heart of our mandate. And it's really to understand that we're an adjudicator, right? So because we're an adjudicator, we have to balance the rights of the consumers, the rights of the businesses. We have to balance rights here. So we're balancing that, and we need to enhance confidence. So our decisions must be decisions that, whether it's issued for a consumer, against a consumer, people trust that decision. And we're really trying to safeguard this ethical marketplace. So I'm gonna touch a little bit, and I felt like I needed to, because I would not be here speaking before you had it not been for the Consumer Protection Forum. Recently, we joined back in December or November. We recently became a member, and I think this is the first time I've been exposed. I've been at the Consumer Tribunal for now 11 years. This is the 11th year. And this is the first time I've been exposed to the provincial side of consumer protection. So really thank you to the Consumer Protection Forum. Thank you for inviting me here. So I have touched on a few things from an access perspective. If anyone wants to see it, it's available. You may see my face, you may see my colleague's face, you may see some animations, but a lot of that is available on our website in terms of how to file and what to do. So I'm not going to explain that today. We've got a lot of visual maps as well that's there. And we've recently been involved in a lot of industry level engagement, which has been very helpful for us. But I don't want to bore you too much. I said I want to boast. This is me boasting. What are we doing? Just big outcomes. We're an adjudicator, so what do we worry about? How fast, right? That's one of the biggest things, how fast and how good. 21.2 days is our debt review orders coming out. That's roughly like 6 days after pleadings close. Step downs being issued in 7 days, about 11 steps in that process. Our judgments go out in about 8 days. So that was in the last 3 quarters, so it's quite recent information. But I've been here and I've been tasked with sharing some information about motor vehicle cases. And I just wanted to share a story, actually. You know, I was thinking about this whilst listening to all my colleagues speaking, and I was thinking about the new things that seem to be happening, you know, what's going on in the industry at the moment. And not specifically only from a vehicle perspective, but consumer protection holistically. So I was thinking about this issue where a consumer is sold a defective vehicle, right? And it doesn't work. And I was thinking about maybe that vehicle was used for him to generate money or generate an income, you know? And now that income has lowered, but his installment really for the car hasn't. And he might be put into a position where where he's struggling to maintain his debt. And then we see in instances like that, you can go for debt review. And once people are under debt review, they can't really access credit, right? So they're stuck in that situation till they get out of debt review. But lo and behold, buy now, pay later has come out, so maybe they can access money as well, which could be problematic, could not be, but it puts them deeper and deeper in a hole. So you can see there's a chain that's existing from this consumer protection from maybe a motor vehicle, maybe a fridge, maybe any one of those assets that you could be purchasing, to the point where someone could be put under debt review, not being able to pay for stuff, losing the house, losing the car, losing a whole lot of those things. So when we talk about consumer protection, we must also understand it in terms of the impact of what it means. It's not just the impact of resolving the dispute at that point in time. It's about giving more meaning to the consumer when it comes to his family and the things that he needs to do and the rights to dignity and other things such as that. So I'm going to talk about some cases here. And this case here, many of you may not have seen it. I don't think many of you have seen it, right? Because we issued it 2 days ago. So I thought I'll just bring it in here and share this one with you. And this is interesting. Our first speaker spoke about must have full service history. Yeah, and this is about that. So really, there was a purchase of a vehicle. There's the value there. I'm not going to touch on it. But what had happened is this vehicle was advertised on the Auto Trader platform. Now, Auto Trader is national, so everyone gets it. And I've also looked at Auto Trader and believing in my head as a consumer, because I'm also a consumer, that there's some vetting processes that run. I'm not sure if there is, but my experience tells me otherwise. So advertised online, it says excellent condition. It says full service history. It's there. Do you know how many people are accessing that Auto Trader site? They will tell you, it will be on their website, how many people are accessing Auto Trader, because that's how people are getting on that site. So you've got this being advertised. It's an awesome advert. Someone looks at it. Price is good. Excellent condition, full service history. Guy's not sitting in the same province as the dealer. And he purchases the car. Great, he gets the car. There's identifications of a whole host of issues. They have written it down there, what these issues are. But one of the interesting things was there was an incomplete service book. But the consumer said, can we cancel this agreement? Look at all of these issues. The dealer refused the cancellation. And I'm going to ask everyone, because I know that this was mentioned earlier, and it's also good to see if when you speak, people have been listening. The dealer said, I'm only willing to do a repair. Lucius, is that right? Is that right? No, it's not. It's not the dealer's choice, right? But the dealer said, I'm only willing to do a repair. Okay, so what did we find? So we looked at this. I'm not going to reiterate the sections, but really it's false, misleading, and deceptive representations that led to the purchase. So had it not been for the false, misleading, and deceptive representations, would a purchase have been made? And then goods must correspond with this description. So the key reasoning, and this case gets more and more interesting. The key reasoning is full service history. The claim was deceptive. Excellent condition, also a misrepresentation, and the applicant relied on the advert. Didn't match the description. At this point, generally what the tribunal does is it issues an order. It's got this. It's found prohibited conduct. Mind you, when we find prohibited conduct, a consumer can also approach us for a certificate of prohibited conduct. This is something quite cool, because what can happen with that certificate is the consumer can take it to make a claim for damages at the High Court as well. So our judgments are statused at High Court status, but for a damages claim, they can use our certificate without having to reprove the merits and take it over to the High Court to get a damages claim. So you might think if a refund is granted by the tribunal and you've been slapped with an administrative fine as a dealer, that's the end of it. It's not. That same consumer that lost income during that time, during the time of the defect, may be able to use a certificate of prohibited conduct to claim damages thereafter. So we didn't end there, right? So what we decided at that point in time is we made a ruling to say that prohibited conduct existed. That's a powerful ruling for the reasons I've said. But then we were also thinking, you know what? We should actually try and make an innovative order, because the Act allows us to do so. So what did we determine? So we found that that misrepresentation actually went to the core of the agreement. And, and the order we made is we declared the entire purchase agreement void, right? We insisted on a refund of the entire purchase value within 10 business days. We said the dealer must collect the vehicle at his own expense, right? And that's generally where the orders tend to stop. What we went further and did is we issued a prohibition for the dealer to advertise vehicles as excellent conditions without a verified history, diagnostic report, and support evidence. Do you know what that means? That means when there's an investigation that's pending by any of the investigators there, they've got something else to look at now. When they're looking at the service book, they need to check, because our orders are binding. They need to check, was this done? So it was a very innovative order, and I think this was the first time we've ever issued an order like that, and it just happened 2 days ago. You'll see it published a little bit in the near future. Okay, and this case is an interesting one because I kept on thinking about whether it's worth it to put this case here or not, because this case deals with debt review, and I was specifically told to speak about motor vehicle, right? So I thought about it and I said, you know what, there's a big principle coming out of this case, and this principle affects entire industry. So here we had a consumer. They were put under debt review. It's a similar story in lots of cases, so I'm not going to rehash it, but they were put under debt review. They didn't believe they were getting put under debt review. They didn't understand what they were doing, etc., etc., etc. We declared all of that prohibited, and a refund was rewarded. But there was a big item that came out of that case that I want to touch on, and I call it big ticket principle. So even though the consumer did not ask, so now the tribunal is allowed to issue a fine of 10% of annual turnover or 1 million, whichever is the greatest. Generally, in all our cases, if it's filed generally by the NCC or the NCR, they ask for an administrative fine to be imposed. The administrative fine is not payable to the consumer. Some consumers in the past have thought that. But it's not payable to the consumer, it's payable to the National Revenue Fund. And what in normal cases, you have to ask for something to get something. You can't get something without asking for it. So that's generally the principle that's followed. But remember, I don't know if I told you this, we are inquisitorial, which differentiates us from the court systems. So we're allowed to inquire more than a court can inquire. So when we were thinking about what is the right order to issue in this circumstance, the consumer never asked for an administrative fine. We still ordered one, right? Without that request. So all these consumer complaints that comes to us, there's nothing stopping us from issuing an administrative fine against prohibited conduct. All right, and that's an absolutely big decision for us as well. So it's also quite a recent decision, I think last month and a half, last few months. Okay, then this case, Wingfield Motors. I must always just refocus as to why I've put certain cases in here. But Wingfield Motors I'm raising this because this case had gone on appeal. So there was the purchase of the vehicle. The vehicle was defective. Same old story. Many of our cases have the same story. I must also say that the largest volume of our non-debt review cases, our non-debt review type cases, is in the motor vehicle industry. So there was this same issue as always is the case. We've issued them with a fine. We imposed an administrative fine. We did a refund as well. But this is where it got interesting. The High Court held that Section 56 of the CPA, and I've heard this question asked earlier, applies equally to used vehicles that have defects within 6 months and triggers the supplier's obligation to replace, refund, or repair. It rejected speculative arguments. So the judgment rejected that this could have happened. The driver could have been doing this. The driver may have been doing that. It rejected the speculative argument. The court emphasized that the matter would have been resolved earlier, and they really put the dealership to the test here. Because what they said is, if it wasn't for the intervention through the NCT and the NCT, it is absolutely horrific that this consumer would have still been left stranded for so long without effective redress. Now, I wrote in here the appeal and review was dismissed with costs. Not always do we understand what costs mean, right? There's various types of costs, But effectively, when a matter is filed with the tribunal, there's no need for representation. A consumer can come on their own, they can represent themselves. However, in many cases, as was the case with this, there was legal fees that would have been payable at the tribunal's case. The tribunal's case allows for an answering affidavit, a replying affidavit. It allows for various different interlocutory applications. All that means is it's quite costly for the respondent, for the dealership in this case, to take that case forward. Then, notwithstanding all that, we issued an order against them. They then appealed it. There's further costs involved. So if you really have to count the costs involved in terms of resolving that dispute right up front, like this judgment actually suggests, the mechanism of ADR is a huge benefit to both parties because of the costs that can be involved in defense of cases. So yeah, that's why I touched on that one. This one here, there's a reason why I put it in, and I'm trying to explain there's a basis for each case that I've decided to share with you today. We've been always bound by a case called Ludic and First Rand Bank, right? We've always been bound by that case. That case had told us at the tribunal, and I think someone asked a prescription question earlier, it's always told that the CPA is a statutory prescription clause, right? So it's 3 years, finished. That is what the clause states. So if the dispute is not brought to the tribunal within a 3-year period, it would have prescribed, all right? And all of the processes that have taken place in between doesn't matter. Within 3 years, it will prescribe. Then that case went on, well, that's what happened in the appeal case, right? And we've been bound. There's a lot of consumers that had approached us with prescription being an issue. So then we issued a new judgment. We thought about the cases slightly differently this time. And this was the case of the NCC versus Santon Repo cause. And we thought about prescription slightly differently this time. In this case, again, not going to touch you through the facts, but there was a refund. There was also an administrative penalty. But the key principle in this case was the fact that the dealership refused to refund, right? Because the dealership, remember we spoke earlier and we said who has the duty of choice or the choice? It's the consumer. So if the consumer asks for a refund, the dealership, by not accepting the refund, had committed a continuous offense, right? And that continuous offense that it committed resulted in prescription, because this case was 2018, right? It was not so it resulted in the tribunal not finding prescription and dealing with this case. Now that case got tested because they wanted to test this case on the basis of Ludic, because Ludic said we had a statutory prescription clause. And that's where, and in that case, long story short, appeal dismissed with costs, right? So that understanding, that applicability in that case is still enforceable, is still understood. So when the consumer goes to a dealership and says, I want a refund, the non-refunding can result in the applicability of Santon Repo cause. Now it's difficult for me because we're a tribunal that, like, you know, giving advice and things like that is a little bit problematic in the sense that we are a court for all intents and purposes. But that's why I'm trying to share with you these judgments so you can interpret it the way you can. And if you have time, you can look at our websites. These judgments are there, and just have a look at it and see how you interpret it. Okay, and then everyone was talking about Funny Kirk. And, you know, lots of people thought Funny Kirk had something to do with the National Consumer Tribunal. Shockingly, it had absolutely nothing to do with the National Consumer Tribunal, but it affects everyone. It is such a big case. It's such a big case that came in. But it was interesting because generally what happens is if a consumer tries to go to a court to deal with a consumer dispute, a normal civil court to deal with a consumer dispute, they get sent away and say, follow the normal procedures. There's normal consumer dispute resolution processes involved. Follow that first. And in this case, what had happened was it ended up being a response. So the matter only became litigious because the respondent or First Rand Bank sued the consumer after she stopped paying the installments. That is why that case ended up in the court in the first place, under the vehicle finance agreement. Otherwise, that case would not have ended up in the court had it not been for that action. in response, the consumer decided not to, the consumer didn't pay, and they decided to defend the claim and file a counterclaim, where they alleged the latent defects. So yeah, and they were seeking cancellation and a repayment of 170,000. So the High Court ruled in favor of the bank. So the first decision from the High Court was they ruled in favor of the bank, and they said no, but a credit provider and the credit provider and the dealership are separate, right? So that's what the High Court ruled. But I think the Trudy Brookman, I believe, was the attorney for Fanny Kirk, and they decided, you know what, they're gonna appeal this case. And yeah, so this is what the SCA had to say, and I saw NFO slides here just now, and the big header was substance over form, and that's exactly what it is. That agreement was looked at from a substance over form perspective. So where a finance agreement is structured so that a bank is reflected as selling the vehicle and retaining ownership until full payment, they may be regarded as a supplier. So you think about, like, you know, what that means. If you think about who owns that vehicle, I mean, this is what I think about all the time. Who owns the vehicle when you go and get a finance agreement? I mean, do you get your logbook the moment you buy your vehicle under financing? So it's who owns that vehicle? Who's really the owner of the vehicle and who's in possession of that vehicle? So it really makes you think about that relationship that's there. So this, so the court then said that they are a supplier for the purposes of the CPA. And why is that the case? It's because the supplier, in terms of the CPA, there's what is it? There's a chain. There's a chain. So you can buy a product from, you can buy a fridge. The fridge was bought from someone else. That was bought from someone else. All of that falls within the concept of what a supplier is under the Act, and all of them action can be taken against. So the CPA quality protections can operate alongside credit laws. Now, I don't know what this case is going to do. I'm not an expert. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen in this case. There's so much of interesting arguments that can be made. If I put my lawyer hat on for a second, I can tell you there is so many different arguments that can be made from so many different parties on this case. It is exciting times for trying to understand what this actually means. I've heard NFO, and that is an argument that would be made. I've heard arguments coming from motor vehicle dealerships and how they're going to deal with it. It's also an argument that can be made. It's going to be very interesting, but this case is going to get tested because this is the big case. I think of the last 5 financial years since Ludic, in my opinion anyway, this is one of the biggest cases that's come out. This case is going to get absolutely tested, but I believe no matter how it gets tested, it's probably going to end up at the tribunal, right? Whether it goes through any of the ombuds, I believe it will probably end up at the tribunal because the link between the Consumer Protection Act and the National Credit Act is something that we oversee on both sides from a jurisdiction perspective. So that's going to be a very interesting case. So that's really what I wanted to share. Can I talk for a minute? Because, you know, otherwise you're going to say I read from my... just for a minute. So just some interesting, just some thoughts I picked up that I thought, you know, is like, it's in the space in while we were listening to what's happening in Northwest. I just wanted to let you know from a debt review perspective, we do get lots of cases coming in for debt review from consumers residing in the Northwest. In the last 3 months, we got about 1,300 of those. All right. In terms of debt review applications as a total from a yearly basis, we get about 50,000. So you're looking at roughly about 6% coming from this area. When it comes to, let me just see what other notes I took. Yeah, when it comes to those consumers, I mean, I really found the stats quite fascinating about the fact that with 30 million, there was 30 million credit active consumers, and 10 million credit active, and 10 million were in the red already. Why I found that interesting is because you can only gain credit if you have an income. Yeah, that's all. So I found it interesting in terms of population size on how 50% of the population can gain credit. I thought that, just a point, I just thought it was quite interesting. 10.5 million people in the red. I mean, in the red means they have access to debt review or other forms of relief. The numbers that we are having are nowhere near the 10.5 million mark. As I said, we have about 50,000. So there's a lot of consumers that are suffering in silence, right? Which really means that accessibility and opening up our doors and things like that become important. I believe a couple of the debt counseling associations are branching out into different provincial areas. And I really hope that continues to be able to make debt review an option. As I said earlier, debt review, unfortunately, has a very bad reputation. A lot of people have to deal with these very unscrupulous debt counselors that are selling lies. And unfortunately, in any society, you will have that. It's very up to our regulators and for the strength of the industry to pull together. And I know they're fighting that fight, and I hope from a vehicle perspective, that same fight can be fought, where together business and non-business come together and really fight for the rights of consumers, because the longevity and the sustainability of the industry is not based on the quick turnaround of a rand. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moodley. I think we are really living during interesting times. And when this judgment are made, they are really testing the Consumer Affairs, the Consumer Protection Act. And these are really, really times that we need to be in a lookout from the legal practitioners, the lawyers, the judiciary, all of us. We need to really apply our minds to the act. Thanks very much, Moodley, for the presentation. I'm really worried when you say that about 1,000 consumers within the province found themselves under that review. That can then account to the number of emails that normally receives on daily daily basis, because a lot of complaints that people say, I'm under that review, I want to go out. Then it becomes a process. It becomes a lot of money. But Mr. Holt, let me just give the opportunity. You are very much fortunate because they spoke all before you. So you'll be able to address them in the terms of your perspective as the motor dealerships. And I want to believe that you also have got challenges that you're going to raise here, but at least you got the advice, you've got the issues that have been raised, and therefore you'll be able to talk to some of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. And thank you for the invite. I should feel very intimidated standing here because I represent an industry that is obviously crooks. I can assure you, not all of us are crooks. And I do have a script. Yeah, I thought, and I don't know in what mode I must address this meeting, because I thought that I was invited to give some information regarding the motor industry. And then halfway through, I thought, well, maybe you misjudge the invite, because now you need to go into defensive mode. So yeah, it's interesting times. And by the way, all the bottles with water with the red caps, they're for drinking, not throwing. I just want to give you a bit of background about the dealer forum in Klerksdorp. The dealer forum in Klerksdorp was established in 1995 when a couple of dealers got together to shove out the crooks. we had a common goal, and that is to deliver service to our customers. As from 2001 up until today, with the exception of 1 year where I took some leave, I am the chairperson of this institution. And I'm very proud today to say that I am the chairperson of the Motor Dealer Forum in Klerksdorp. We have 117 registered dealers in Klerksdorp. There's 12 new car dealers. Now, if I say registered dealers, I must add on to what the captain mentioned in her speech, that you need to have a business license, you need to have a license to trade in used goods, you need to belong to the Ombud, and all those kind of regulations. And I started off by saying I need to feel intimidated today because every institution or organization regulating my industry is sitting in front of me. So should I not feel intimidated? But now my question is, who protects me as a dealer? Nobody. You know, whenever you enter my dealership, you can have done your homework. You could have gone onto the internet and you see, listen, this guy is operating since that year. You can ask me for my police certificate, my business license, all those kind of things. I don't know you. What can I ask you? Nothing. So I think the balance is not 100% there, but we are acting like we balanced. Now, just a bit of stats. From January till December 2025, the amount of vehicles sold in Klerksdorp is 7,451. The total registrations that was at the licensing department is 30,000. So if we look at that two figures, obviously all the registered dealers, if they have sold 7,000 cars in Klerksdorp, the other registrations that went through the licensing department is either unregistered dealers or it's private people. So now it's getting a bit challenging because apart from all the regulations that I as a dealer need to comply with, I must now also compete with the guy that putting his car on the street walk next to the road, putting a price on below my prices, selling that vehicle, and have no responsibility. By the way, I just wanted to tell you, I want something the same that you ate this morning. I also want some of that. Because you were so compassionate about what you are saying and the enthusiasm and all those kind of things. So I'm trying to get there. Now, getting back to the street walk dealer, we are talking about consumer rights today. And obviously, the dealer network is the culprit we are the scallums, we are the crooks. But we, as the crooks, try to give a service to our customers. What kind of service does that sidewalk dealer give his customers? I can tell you, none. None. But then, when a guy that bought a vehicle from that guy experienced problems, it is the dealer network that is at klomp skelms. I think it's unfair. I think those people must be regulated even more than we are regulated. Now, if I remember my good friend Lucius, when his presentation was on the board, there was 87 cases in Klerksdorp of people that was not happy. That represent 1.4% of the vehicles sold in Klerksdorp by legitimate dealers. That also means that if there's 87 that's not happy, there's 6,900 that was happy. Am I right? Now say so. Thank you. It is also true that for each and every one new vehicle, there's 1.84 second-hand vehicles sold. So if we look at the stats that NAMSA gives, remember NAMSA is giving stats on new vehicle sales. And that new vehicle sales last year was, let me just see, 560,000 to 650,000 new vehicles that was sold last year. So if we calculate to how many used vehicles were sold, that's not been reported. Can you imagine times that by 1.84? Now, I also had a look to the annual report of MIOSA. And unfortunately, I could not get hold of the 2024-2025 annual report. I don't think it's out yet. So I had a look at the 23-24 annual report. And the Ombud in South Africa received 9,104 complaints, of which, and you can give them a hand, 77% was resolved. The other 2,093 was referred to our other gentlemen, the partners sitting around the table. Now, if we look at new vehicle sales in 2024, there was 515 units sold. So, and that was passenger vehicles. So if there's 9,000 people that was unhappy, that lodged complaints of this 515,000 vehicles that was sold, that represent 1.76%. But we're crooks. So, and I just want to clarify something else as well. And now I'm off the script. Whenever you come to a dealership and you find a service history in the cubbyhole, and the service history says the car has been serviced for its on 160,000. But the car's kilos reflect 90,000. That doesn't necessarily mean that cars' kilos has been spun back. Because the new vehicle sales or the new vehicle manufacturers says 15,000 or 1 year. Now my wife is driving with a vehicle and she's driving 2,000 kilometers per year. So now her car has got 2,000 on, but it went in for his 15,000 kilo service. And the book was stamped, and he can concur with me. So, if a person is driving less than the 15,000 prescribed by the manufacturer, and he have his vehicle serviced on an annual basis, it will end up that the service in the book will be stamped at 150, but the car can end up at 90. So don't always think the worst of us, please. You know, Toyota, and that is a high favorite in South Africa, Toyota. I just want to get my script. Oh, here it is. You know what the cheapest Toyota in South Africa is? It's a Toyota Vitz. And the price of it is 178,000 Rand. You know what the warranty is on that? 3 years or 100,000 kilometers. You know the most expensive Toyota you can buy is the Land Cruiser at 2.4 million. You know what the warranty is on that? 3 years, 100,000 kilometers. Okay, let's go to Volkswagen. The Polo is the cheapest one at 280,000 Rand. It's got a 3 years, 120,000 kilometer service or warranty. Compared to the VW Combi, which is about 1.1 million. And the warranty on that, 3 years, 120,000 kilometers. So we can go to Ford as well. The cheapest Ford, let's say the Figo, which costs about 240,000 Rand if you can still get them, compared to the Ford Raptor, which is 1.3 million if there's no extras. The warranty on that is 4 years and 120,000 kilometers. So let's take in comparison. You're buying a vehicle of 2.4 million, and the manufacturer is willing to give you a warranty of 3 years or 100,000 kilometers. You buy a 50,000 Rand vehicle from me, and I need to give you an unlimited warranty for 6 months. Does that seem fair? So, yeah, we are really also experiencing our challenges in the motor vehicle industry. The biggest challenge at the moment that is also tarnishing our reputation is the online fraud. You know, I've got a business of my own, and nearly daily there rocks up people at my dealership telling me that they come to collect their vehicle. I'm a very polite guy, so I asked them, what vehicle? No, I'm here to collect the BMW 325i, but I don't have a BMW in my stock. No. Let me show you. There's the picture of the vehicle. It is a repossessed vehicle on the way to the auction. But the guy, your guy, told me that if I put down the deposit, he will reserve the vehicle for me and he will not send the vehicle to the auction. So, I want that vehicle, I put down the deposit. Sorry, sir. You've been scammed. But all those kind of things boils back down to my industry. I'm very proud of my industry. My industry, I've been part of for 35 years. I never had a client come back to me telling me that I am a crook. Never. So, while we're talking about this today, I would also like you guys to change the perception that all dealers are crooks. We're not all dealers are not crooks. We also have our challenges. You know, one of the previous speakers mentioned, and I think it was the captain, and I'm picking on you, Captain. No. The captain said when they inspect vehicles or dealerships, they can see where the vehicle was bought, what price it was bought for, and what's the selling price. And they're making a lot of money. Guys, if we were making a lot of money, I would have been, not stand here. I would have been at my house in wherever. There's a vast difference between used cars, new cars. What is the definition of a used car? Who can tell me what is the definition of a used car? I'm not going to ask you. I'm going to answer the question because time is money. A used car is a vehicle that somebody owned previously but did not want anymore. Whatever the reason may be, he doesn't want the car anymore. Let's hope the circumstances has changed. He's got married and there's a couple of kids on the way. So now we need to trade in this vehicle because we need a bigger vehicle. But there's also the guy that picked up problems with that car. And I must get rid of this car. Let's go trade it in. Now, you traded it in. And you know what? We have no defense. We as dealerships, we have no defense. Because everyone says, you are the experts. You need to see what is inside that engine. You need to see that the synchro on the second gear of that Volkswagen Golf is scrap. We don't have X-ray eyes. We want our customers to trust us, but we want also to trust our customers. And that is an escape route for customers
to get rid of their scrap. Now I'm the lucky or unlucky one purchasing that vehicle because it was, they put on some makeup and stuff like that, so that the guy looking at the vehicle sees, no, this is nice. Now when that vehicle is on the floor, it needs to be reconned. Now I see and I realize that there's something wrong with this gearbox. There's something wrong with the diff. You know, way back in the 60s, 70s, when a vehicle's diff was humming, you know what they did? They've put in banana peels to make it quiet. Today's bananas is not anymore the bananas of the 60s. We need to fix it. And the diff is 30,000 rand. Now you've paid 60,000 rand for the car, but you've got repairs for 30,000 rand. So now that difference between the purchasing price and the selling price is now getting this. You know who's the biggest culprits at the moment in our industry? It is the insurance companies. You know what they do? They insure a vehicle, the vehicle gets in an accident, and they write off the vehicle. But they don't inform the licensing department that that vehicle is a write-off. Now they've got some of these connections buying that vehicle, have it repaired at a panel beating shop that is a reputable one that does an excellent job. And then he comes, trades and sells it at me, or to me. And you must excuse if I make faults with this English. I only use English for self-defense sometimes. But guys, and I'm now not on the defensive mode anymore. I'm now in the information mode. This is the battles that we as dealers fight every day. Every day. And don't think you will sell a car if you don't give discount. In our industry, if you're not prepared to give discount, you're not selling the car. So the price on the window is not always the price in the bank. And you must start realizing that as well. But please, my plea to you today is change your perception of the motor vehicle industry. There are scalums. Really, there are. But in Klerksdorp, last year, we had 6,900 people that bought cars that were happy. We had 70 or 87 people that bought cars that had a problem, of which 51%, Lucius, has been resolved. So I will leave you with this. And I'm very glad and honored to be invited to this forum, because I can actually meet all my regulators. Apart from all my friends in SAPS, I've got a lot of friends in SAPS. If you're so long in the industry and you're a scallum, you need to have connections. I would like to leave you with this. If you go to a dealership, be prepared. Don't be shy to ask the dealership, where is your business certificate? Where is your Miosa? Hey, I forgot about you. Because we also need to be a member of Miosa if we want to start a business and do business. Okay. So that is also a regulating body of which we need to belong. And in all of this, there's so many protection for the customer. And please, have pity on us because there's none for us. Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Let me just get my script here.
Thanks so much, Mr. Gronhout. Now I understand why you have behaved like a traditional leader. You have been a chairperson for all these years, except one. So they can't afford to lose you. But thanks very much for your information that you gave us in terms of the challenges that we're experiencing, and I think you have responded very well. 6,900 no complaints, only 87 have complained. So it's not that much. But we really appreciate that your presence. When you invited you, we really wanted you to be here because we've got a lot of problems with motor vehicles, and then we believe that as the chairperson of the dealership association, you should be able to then talk to your members to say that let's comply. And especially if you noted there are so many regulators that are on your neck, you need to find a way to get out of that. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our time is not on our side, but I'll just give 10 minutes for questions. Now I was told my wife always tells me that I'll not go to. Therefore, I know that I have 1 hour behind schedule, but let's just allow for maybe 2 or 3 questions if there are. I'll appreciate that. I hope I saw to get that. I'll not the question this far. Thanks very much. And I want to believe that we have really enjoyed this engagement. We put a lot of effort to bring these people from Gauteng to here. And we did our best because we wanted this to be beneficial to everybody. We wanted to make sure that we bring relevant people here. So those of us who are consuming the second-hand motor vehicles, let's do what is right. We have been advised to do the right things. In conclusion, Memma Davis as the MMC for local government from local economic and rural development from JB Max to give us a vote of thanks on what we have done for a day.
Program Director, Honorable MEC Bitsaling Kupane, distinguished guests, stakeholders, presenters, and members of the community, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege for me as a member of the Mayoral Committee to deliver the vote of thanks at this very important World Consumer Rights Day. Today's program has reminded us of a fundamental truth, and that is an informed consumer is a protected consumer. When citizens understand their rights and responsibilities in the marketplace, they are empowered to participate in the economy with confidence and dignity. Allow me to first extend our deepest appreciation to our Honorable MEC Bita Lenkopane for honoring us with a presence and for delivering a powerful keynote address. Your leadership continues to strengthen consumer protection and economic justice across the Northwest Province. We also extend sincere gratitude to all our distinguished presenters and panelists from the National Credit Regulator, the National Consumer Tribunal, the Motor Industry Ombudsman, law enforcement, and industry representatives. Your expertise and guidance today have contributed greatly to raising awareness about consumer protection, fair business practices, and regulatory compliance. To the program director, thank you for steering today's proceedings with professionalism and excellence. I would also like to commend DDECT, together with all partners and organizers, for bringing together government, regulators, businesses, and communities on a platform that strengthens accountability and transparency in the marketplace. As local government, we recognize that consumer protection is closely linked to local economic development. When business operate fairly and consumers are treated with respect, we create an environment where trust grows, investment increases, and local economies thrive. Let us therefore leave here today not only informed, but committed to building a marketplace that is fair, ethical, and responsive to the needs of our people. To everyone who attended, contributed, organized, and participated in today's successful event, we thank you sincerely. Together, let us continue to champion consumer rights and promote responsible economic participation in our province as well as our local municipalities. I thank you.
Davis, I don't normally want to stay in the front. I normally prefer to stay at the back. You know, if you want to see people talking, people who are at the back. One day I was at the back. Then there was a program director, he just delayed the program. Then he said, hey, that's why it was for the first time that I wore a suit today, but I normally wear a suit because of that. They say, how much but this guy is just wasting our time for the whole day. But I really want to believe that apart from me, you have really enjoyed the presenters today. You have really grasped the message that we have received. And how we get a message. So let's go and implement what we have learned today. With those few words, Mekumo Tawana, who's our acting chief director for business regulation, to just direct us for a Hari Trafa, how do you go out, whether she will feed us or not. Let's just listen to her. But colleagues, after she will say what she's gonna say, we remain seated until instructed otherwise. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I guess Rel Soko shouldn't even have said I am the acting to just announce food, really. Well, I guess that's the most important thing for the day. And thank you so much for directing the program, Rel Soko. We really appreciate. You've been a wonderful audience as well. We really appreciate your presence and thank you so much. We're going to have many more. Every year we're going to celebrate. We're going to up the standards. But thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. You will see on your tables there are plates. You've got your side plate. You've got your main plate. You're going to go through lines. These lines, the first lines will go first out, dish up, and then come back. The only plates that are out there are dessert dishes. Please take your plate or you will not be able to dish out. So we're going to ask the first table to go through to be able to dish up, and then as they come back, the second row of tables will go out. We are avoiding, the place is small, we're avoiding that everybody goes out. It's going to be a stampede, please. We're going to feed all of you. You can have seconds, thirds, and fourths. So everybody's got food. So please, board members, Relotsogo can be able to join MEC at the room. Yeah, and then, so can we just start with the first row? Please stand up, and then you can be able to be ushered out. And then the rest can remain seated, and then as soon as they come back, it's not gonna take long.